Chapter 825. As the voice fell, two figures fell in front of Ling Xiao. Bang bang. It was Lu Kun and Guan Chang, who had been captured. The two of them looked extremely wretched. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and their faces were pale. Their auras were extremely weak. It was obvious that their strength had been sealed. Their bodies were also tied up with 1,000-year-old ropes. They could not recover their strength and could not struggle. When they saw Ling Xiao not far away, their faces turned ugly. Lu Kun said with difficulty, Young master, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed you. Haha, victory and defeat are common for soldiers. It's fine as long as they're still alive. There's no need to worry about it. Ling Xiao laughed lightly, his heart at ease. With two emperors still alive, the losses weren't too great. His gaze then turned to the person who had just walked out. This young man looked only a little older than him. He was very young and very muscular. His steps were very steady. A bright red aura surrounded him, giving people a dazzling feeling. It was as if he was the son of the sun who had just walked out of the sun. The first impression was very strong and special. As Ling Xiao was sizing up Lu Su was also sizing up Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. Lu Su was also curious, but there was also a hint of contempt. He understood Ling Xiao's battle record. He had the ability to fight above his cultivation level. However, Ling Xiao was still a high-level celestial venerate. Compared to him, the mystic Tharch, who could fight above his cultivation level, Ling Xiao was really not enough. He could not understand how a mere high-level celestial venerate had the ability to establish a force and even make these mystic thearchs follow him. Finally, he concluded that the force that Ling Xiao's master, the evil Tharch, had left behind was transferred to Ling Xiao. He did not think that these were all subordinates that Ling Xiao had recruited himself. With this conclusion, his impression of Ling Xiao had dropped by a lot. Moreover, now that Ling Xiao dared to come alone, he did not need to wear the saint-ranked battle armor. With his strength, it would not be too much of a problem to capture Ling Xiao. You were the one who captured my two subordinates? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Su said proudly, That's right. If you dare to have any ideas about our flowing sun sect, you will have to pay the price. It's just that I haven't taken their lives yet, which is their fortune. However, I want them to see clearly who is suitable to be their master. Lu Su was very confident. No, it could be said to be conceited. He'd aroused the thought of subduing Lu Kun and Guan Chang. After all, Emperor Realm experts were difficult to find, and their flowing sun sect's foundation was too weak. So if he was able to make Lu Kun and Guan Chang join his flowing sun sect, then only would he possess greater confidence and be able to develop even more swiftly. It had to be said that as Lu Su's strength grew, so did his ambition. If Ling Xiao did not understand what Lu Su meant, then his name would not be Ling Xiao. You are very confident. What's your name? Ling Xiao smiled without a care. This emperor is Lu Su. You are the master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao? The first emperor from a few years ago? Lu Su asked in a provocative tone. That's right. I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao responded, then continued. I will take them away now, and your flowing yang sect will submit to the proud smiling palace. What do you think? Haha. Suddenly, Lu Su laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke. The people of the flowing sun sect also laughed out loud. They had all seen Lu Su's true strength, and Ling Xiao was only a high-level celestial master. No matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than Lu Su. Ling Xiao's boastful words made them laugh unbridledly. Hee, it's funny, isn't it? Ling Xiao sneered. Then he frowned and sent his mind power to the two people who were laughing the loudest. Before the people stopped laughing, the two elders of the flowing yang sect suddenly knelt down on the ground. Then they did the most surprising and unbelievable thing. They knelt on the ground and kept covering their faces with their hands. They kept repeating, We are sorry, Leader Ling. We shouldn't have laughed. We deserve to die. We, the flowing yang sect, are willing to submit to the proud smiling palace. Suddenly, all the people of the flowing yang sect stared at the two elders. Their minds were full of questions. Elder Hai, Elder Chu, what are you doing? Get up. If you say one more word, you will be punished. Lu Yu shouted at the two elders. No one had expected that these two inner court elders who were laughing merrily would suddenly kneel down to the other party, and even cover their mouths to say such disgraceful words. Lu Su by the side also looked at the two of them with an astonished expression, and a wave of killing intent gradually soared. There's no need for this. As long as they're sincere in surrendering to me, I'll treat them well. Ling Xiao tried to persuade them with kind words, but her eyes were filled with a bit of savagery. Thank you for Palace Master Ling's kindness. Thank you for Palace Master Ling's kindness. Did everyone see that? Palace Master Ling is such a good person. Both of you will return together. The two of them cried out in gratitude. However, before they could finish their words, a streak of heat flashed past them. Bang! The two heads were instantly blown off, and their brains and blood splattered everywhere. Traitor! How dare you spread lies here? Lu Su said unhappily. It was obvious that he was the one who killed the two elders. Tsk. Why did you do this? They knew that it was a wise choice to give up the darkness and join the light. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he felt sad for the two elders who had died. At this moment, a few more people knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and repeated what the two elders had said. We are sorry, Leader Ling. We shouldn't have laughed. We deserve to die. We are willing to serve the Smiling Palace. Such a strange scene caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded once again. What the hell is going on? Lu Yu asked in a slightly panicked manner. Demonic? Demonic magic? He must be using demonic magic. Otherwise, why would the elders be like this? One of the half-sovereigns pointed at Ling Xiao and said in shock. If this consort knew demonic arts, then why would I waste so much time talking to you? Alright, this consort will ask you one more time. Will you surrender or not? Ling Xiao smiled as if she was harming no animals. You really do have some ability. But I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to make our Flowing Sun sect surrender. Lu Su didn't act rashly to kill them this time. Instead, he spoke to Ling Xiao faintly, and a wave of Emperor rank aura pressed down upon Ling Xiao. The aura of an Emperor rank expert couldn't be easily resisted by anyone below the Emperor rank. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. His combat strength was comparable to an Emperor rank expert, so he was immune to Lu Su's aura. Ling Xiao restrained his smile and looked at Lu Su with a serious expression. What you're doing is useless. Come, let's have a good fight. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed up into the sky like an eagle. Lu Su was slightly stunned, and then a confident smile appeared on his face as he muttered. You don't want to destroy our Flowing Sun sect? How interesting. If Ling Xiao started a fight with him here, then with the destructive force of an Emperor rank expert, this place would definitely be greatly damaged, and the others of the Flowing Sun sect would also be affected. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. Instead, he wanted to fight somewhere else. This was why he found Ling Xiao interesting. However, in his heart, he despised Ling Xiao for being too soft-hearted. If it was him, he would definitely start a fight right away. He wouldn't care about the lives of others. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care about being a good person. He just believed that subduing the Flowing Sun sect was a must. He wanted to make them surrender wholeheartedly. After they surrendered, they would still be one of the subordinate forces of the proud Smiling Palace. Now that they had destroyed their main peak, they would probably bear a grudge against the proud Smiling Palace in the future. Then, the proud Smiling Palace would definitely pay lip service to them. So, what was the point of subduing them? It was better to eliminate them completely. Far away from the Flowing Sun sect, Ling Xiao and Lu Su stood facing the wind, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Not far away from them, Lu Yu came with many elders. They didn't get too close. Obviously, they just wanted to see who would have the last laugh in this battle. I really don't understand. You're just a high heaven stage exalt. How can you be so confident? Even if you have the ability to suppress your peers, don't you know that there's always someone better out there? Lu Su said with pity. He looked like he had already won. With his ruthless character, in his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger than you. But you may not be that person, and you may not be that sky. Ling Xiao replied. Come, let me see how far you have cultivated the 9 suns heaven-burning art of the Ming dynasty. Lu Su's expression changed when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He asked gloomily, "How do you know about the 9 heavens-burning sun art? Could it be that you've also obtained some inheritance in the chaos abyss of war?" Lu Su's mind spun quickly, and he thought of a possibility. Ling Xiao must have had a fortuitous encounter in the abyss of war. And it was through such a fortuitous encounter that Ling Xiao learned that Lu Su was cultivating the 9 suns burning heaven art, which had been lost for 100,000 years. You can think of it that way. As Ling Xiao replied, his battle strength began to rise. In just a short moment, Ling Xiao's aura was comparable to a mystic emperor's. A golden dragon shadow roared out and appeared in the sky. The glazed dragon scale armor immediately wrapped around his body, and a supreme emperor's aura was emitted from his body. Lu Su exclaimed, This is the ancient emperor mystic technique. How is this possible?" Lu Su had obtained the inheritance of the Ming dynasty, so he naturally knew about the existence of the Qin people's dynasty and the ancient emperor mystic technique. He also knew that the ancient emperor mystic technique was already famous in the ancient times, and it was even better than the 9 heavens burning sun art that he cultivated. Nothing is impossible. Back then, the Ming dynasty submitted to the Qin people's dynasty. Today, the 9 heavens burning sun art will also be defeated by my ancient emperor mystic technique. Ling Xiao licked his thick lips and said excitedly. Chapter 826. In the sky above a barren mountain, 2 young men with extraordinary bearings stood facing each other. One of them was a handsome man with a cape on his shoulders. The cape was fluttering in the wind. His graceful bearing, coupled with the mighty golden dragon that was 100 meters long, made him look so noble and domineering that people couldn't help but have the urge to worship him. The other man, who also had a dignified appearance, exuded intense flames all over his body. A brilliant sun battle tattoo gradually appeared on his forehead, and with the appearance of the battle tattoo, 100 meters wide sun appeared behind him. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Not far away, there were quite a few people watching the 2 youngsters with expressions of anticipation. Qin people's ancient emperor divine technique? Haha. Today, let me break the myth and tell you that the 9 suns burning sky technique is the most powerful martial art in the world. Lu Su regained his composure. A fanatical look appeared on his face, and a pair of fiery gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time, his generosity world force began to deduce. 9 suns of different colors gathered together, and the blazing light illuminated everything in the surroundings, making it abnormally gorgeous. The high temperature instantly spread out for thousands of miles, and ordinary people would find it hard to withstand the scorching temperature. It really is the 9 suns burning sky technique. The power of the world has already gathered 9 suns. It seems that the opportunity one obtained is not small. Facing the 9 suns world, Ling Xiao didn't show any fear on his face. Instead, he looked extremely excited. Go have a taste of the power of my 9 suns world. Lu Su shouted and controlled the 9 suns to shine towards Ling Xiao. Dazzling rays of light shot towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Each ray of light contained a terrifying flame. Once touched by it, it would immediately melt away. When the beams of light shot towards him, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. It was as if he didn't want to escape, or the speed of the sunlight was too fast for him to react. Sizzle! Countless flames immediately wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, making a burning sound. Lu Su raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured, "Is he just an idiot? Or is it that you dare to take on my bright sun power just because you have the ancient emperor's divine technique?" Lu Su was very confident in the power of his own world. This attack was enough to destroy an ordinary mystic Tharch. Although Ling Xiao had the ancient emperor divine technique, he did not believe that Ling Xiao could cultivate to a particularly high level. After taking this move, even if he did not die, he would not be seriously injured. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. When the sunlight energy dissipated, a figure was still standing in the same place, as if he had not been injured at all, with a faint smile on his face. In Lu Su's eyes, this smile was filled with disdain and mockery. This caused the anger in his heart to flourish, but at the same time, it also caused him to be greatly shocked. Could it be that he has already cultivated the ancient emperor's divine art to the large success realm? He knew that the more profound the ancient emperor's divine art was, the more perverse the defensive ability would be. Ordinary attacks would not pose much of a threat to the opponent. Indeed, after Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the Zhanwangya in the chaotic war abyss, he also obtained his royal bloodline. This allowed him to put the ancient emperor's divine art into order and cultivate it all over again. Right now he had already cultivated to the sixth transformation, the refinement realm. His physical body's defensive state was already comparable to a true saint-tier martial artist. How could ordinary attacks hurt him? Ling Xiao lightly flicked the corner of his clothes and revealed an extremely disdainful expression. The power of the Nine-Yang world. TSK. I think it is only SOSO. Lu Su's brows instantly furrowed into the shape of a chuan. He did not speak any more nonsense as 9 brilliant suns smashed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Each brilliant sun carried intense and blazing energy as it blasted towards Ling Xiao at the speed of fulgurating shadows. The power of each brilliant sun could definitely destroy mountains and break rivers. Looking at the 100-meter-wide sun, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. His figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, constantly dodging. Every time he would brush past the sun. It looked rather thrilling, but the brilliant sun did not harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. Lu Su was even more astonished when he saw this scene. His speed is so impressive, but he is safe and sound just like that. Immediately after, Lu Su waved both his hands, and the 9 suns scattered and surrounded Ling Xiao in a circle, completely sealing off Ling Xiao's path of escape. Have a taste of the 9-yang explosion. Lu Su revealed a sinister expression as he said this. He clasped his hands together, and the 9 brilliant suns blasted towards Ling Xiao from different directions. Now that the power of the 9-yang world was completely sealed, and all 9 directions were blocked by a brilliant sun, Ling Xiao no longer had any place to hide. It seems that I have no choice but to use my true strength, Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, his world power was finally deduced. A desolate world instantly bloomed, and an ancient aura immediately assailed his nostrils. Every tree, flower, and grass was so vivid and lifelike, as if it was an independent living world. What kind of world power is this? Lu Su exclaimed. He thought that Ling Xiao should only be a metal attribute martial artist, so the world power deduced should be a world of gold. However, the world power in front of him was obviously not a world of gold, and the aura made him feel fearful and strange. The 2 world powers collided with each other, producing a series of rumbling sounds. The sky shook incessantly, and countless energy broke through the 9 heavens. The people from the Flowing Sun sect, who were watching from not far away, were all shocked by the powerful destructive power. They all retreated again and again, and their faces were filled with horror. Lu Su was already the mystic Tharch, and his vast world power was extraordinary. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was still a high-stage celestial venerate. Although he was as strong as the mystic Tharch, his world power was slightly weaker than Lu Su's. At the same time that the 2 world powers dissipated, Ling Xiao's body was pushed back a few hundred meters, but Lu Su only retreated 100 meters. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "There is still a gap in strength, but it should not be a problem to defeat him." Immediately after, Ling Xiao's strength rose again, and he did not hold back at all. His aura had already reached the peak of a low-level mystic Tharch. "Come, I'll make you surrender," Ling Xiao screamed as she tried to extrapolate the power of the world. The volcanoes in the desolate ancient world exploded at the same time, and the destructive dark flames rushed out at the same time. Many of the flames turned into a Qilin divine beast and roared at Lu Su. Lu Su was shocked by the energy of the volcanic eruption. He did not expect that Ling Xiao's world power actually contained the fire attribute, and the power was rather terrifying. No wonder he can establish a sect, he really has some skills, Lu Su thought in his heart. Immediately after, the 9 brilliant suns rose again, and 9 different sun power shone out at the same time. Boom, boom. The powerful energy blasted together, and it seemed that this part of the world was going to explode. The fire of the 9 suns was worthy of being called the fire of the extreme yang. It was able to hold its own against Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. However, The mighty Qilin and the golden dragon that came from the other side made Lu Su panic. Damn it, what kind of world power is this? It can even deduce a divine beast. Lu Su cursed in his heart, and the saint-rank defensive armor finally started to appear on his body. At the same time, 4 of the sons were left to deal with the 2 divine beasts, and the other 5 were fighting against the volcanic eruption. Unfortunately, he was still unable to completely block Ling Xiao's world power. Countless icicles fell from the sky, piercing towards his head with a murderous aura. Lu Su was caught off guard, and the countless icicles smashed him down from the sky. Not good. Sect Guardian Elder he. A half-emperor beside Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. He looked like he wanted to go over and help. Lu Yu waved his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive. Su'er has a saint-rank armor, so normal attacks can't hurt him." Although he said that, he was very sad and worried when he saw the large number of icicles falling on his son's body. This Ling Xiao really lives up to his reputation. He can actually make the sect Guardian Elder suffer a loss. Another half-emperor sighed. The other elders of the Flowing Sun sect were nervous. They had all heard of Ling Xiao's fame, and now that they saw their sect Guardian Elder being hit, they wondered, will the sect Guardian Elder be killed? The answer was of course not so fast. Lu Su's entire body was a saint-rank defensive artifact. Although the icicles' attacks were terrifying, they might not be able to break through his defense. This was also the biggest reason why he could fight against 2 people at once. When Lu Su shot up from the ground again, Ling Xiao also began to notice that Lu Su's armor was extraordinary. His eyes burned with passion. Wow, a full set of saint-rank armor. This guy has struck it big. He had obtained more than a dozen saint-rank weapons in the chaotic war abyss, but they were still inferior to Lu Su's full set of saint-rank armor. Lu Su lightly twisted his neck, his face revealing a look of anger as he said, You actually cultivate several attributes at the same time. No wonder you can create such a strange world energy, but you are not qualified to defeat me, Lu Su." After saying that, he began to move his fists. It was a simple movement, but each punch was like a powerful sun that blasted towards Ling Xiao. He had already lost in terms of world energy, so he would decide the victor in terms of pure strength and moves. Ling Xiao did not dodge Lu Su's powerful moves. He wanted to test out the power of the 9 sun-burning heavens art. Ling Xiao's palms shot out countless palm prints, bombarding the sun. Now Ling Xiao's 20x combat power was fully activated, and his strength was on par with Lu Su's. The two's fists and palms constantly intersected, and their figures constantly moved, dazzling the eyes of the people in the distance. They were unable to catch the two's figures. At this time, Lu Su finally began to take Ling Xiao seriously. He finally understood why Ling Xiao was able to establish a sect as a high-level Empyrean. Just based on his combat power, he indeed had the qualifications to do so. Even so, Lu Su believed that he could still defeat Ling Xiao, and he began to use his powerful moves in the next moment. Chapter 827. Lu Su made a strange punching motion, and the shape of his fist flashed in a mysterious trajectory. All of a sudden, a scarlet sun descended from the sky and exploded in all directions. That powerful destructive power left everyone speechless. 9 sun-burning heaven art, first form, scarlet scorching sun. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the extraordinariness of this move. He understood that Lu Su was already going all out. Ling Xiao revealed an excited smile. He turned his palm into a leg. That leg's shadow was like a gale sweeping away the fallen leaves, kicking the scorching sun into smithereens. However, Ling Xiao's legs were numb from the impact. If it wasn't for his astonishing defense and his immunity to the fire attribute, this move would have caused him quite a bit of damage. Lu Su took the opportunity to get in front of Ling Xiao, and smashed his gloved fists towards Ling Xiao's abdomen. "Go and die for me." Lu Su grabbed this opportunity and planned to defeat Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, when his fist landed, he realized that it hit the air and didn't touch the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes. Suddenly, he felt a wind at the back of his head. Without thinking, he immediately lowered his body into a horse stance. Ling Xiao's legs swept over the top of his head. "Your reaction is pretty fast." After Ling Xiao praised, his legs turned into countless leg shadows as he continuously kicked at Lu Su. Even though Ling Xiao managed to hit many of Lu Su's leg attacks, he didn't injure Lu Su much. This made him prepare to change his strategy. However, Lu Su was infuriated as he continuously blasted out the 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art's powerful moves. 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art, second form, Golden Flames Spirit Sun. 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art, third form, Indigo Flames Extreme Yang. The 9 Yang Heaven Burning Art. Each move was stronger than the last. The power it contained was comparable to a mid-tier Mystic Thearka's powerful move. Ordinary people would find it hard to defend against it. However, even though Lu Su's moves were powerful, he didn't have an extreme movement technique. He couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao's speed, and every time, Ling Xiao easily dodged his attacks. Ling Xiao did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, he had the mentality of watching every move of the 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art. However, with Lu Su's current strength, he could only unleash the 7th form of the 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art. White Flame True Yang. This move was like a white flame of the true sun, surrounding Ling Xiao, who was trying to escape, and burning him. That great power had already exceeded Ling Xiao's imagination. When the energy dissipated, the dragon scale battle armor on Ling Xiao's body was also damaged. There was a lot of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lu Su's move made Ling Xiao suffer a little. However, Ling Xiao's face still revealed an indifferent smile and said, "Is that all you have?" Ling Xiao was not very disappointed with Lu Su's combat strength. It was just that Lu Su's movement technique was lacking. When Ling Xiao fully executed his wind attribute, Lu Su could not do anything to him. If Lu Su's movement technique could keep up with Ling Xiao's, Ling Xiao would definitely not be as calm as he was now. Even though he had the ability to fight across realms, he was still slightly inferior to Wu Bufan. In terms of strength, he was on par with them. Lu Su looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Now he finally knew that Ling Xiao was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, he did not think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat him. Even if he could not win against Ling Xiao, he had a Saint Artifact's defense. It was not something that could be easily broken, unless Ling Xiao had a high-grade Saint Artifact. Ling Xiao naturally had a high-grade Saint Artifact. Up until now, he had not used the Golden Dragon Spear. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to use the Golden Dragon Spear. He wanted Lu Su to lose wholeheartedly. Such a talent must be used by him. Moreover, he also wanted to obtain the 9 Sun Burning Heaven Art's mental cultivation method. He felt that this secret art could display its true power in his hands. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been quite narcissistic. "I will definitely defeat you," Lu Su roared. He deduced the power of the world once again, and enveloped Ling Xiao. At the same time, he summoned his protective spiritual beast, Firecloud Lion. Since he could not defeat Ling Xiao with his strength alone, then the human and beast would fight together. Rank 7 spiritual beast, you have it, I have it too. Ling Xiao chuckled and also summoned Little Gold. Ling Xiao versus Lu Su, Golden Wolf King versus Firecloud Lion. No matter what, Lu Su was unable to deal with Ling Xiao, and his Firecloud Lion was also not Little Gold's match. Little Gold's third eye had already displayed its might. The Firecloud Lion did not have much leeway to resist. After being illuminated, it was practically torn apart by Little Gold. However, the Firecloud Lion's roar allowed it to turn back some of its disadvantage. Now Ling Xiao had already lost interest in continuing to play. Lu Su's foundation had already been completely grasped by him. There was not much meaning in continuing to fight anymore. Ling Xiao made use of his super speed to get close to Lu Su and opened his mouth. Roar. Dragon's Tenbin Divine Ability, Dragon Roar. A powerful sound wave suddenly roared out, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. How could Lu Su have thought that Ling Xiao still had this move? Although his sacred artifact defensive armor could protect his physical body from harm, there was no way to block the sound wave attack. For a moment, his eardrums swelled and hurt, and a buzzing sound reverberated in his ears nonstop. It was also at this moment when he was absent-minded. Ling Xiao's figure surged again. His figure split into 24. Each figure swung out a golden fist at the same time, smashing on Lu Su, who had lost his defense. Bang bang. In an instant, Lu Su was bombarded by 24 Ling Xiao like a sandbag. A series of muffled groans came out. The power of the fist force was terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that a large part of Ling Xiao's punch was actually aimed at the other party's face. The moment the poor Lu Su was smashed away, his entire face had already turned into a pig's head. Lu Su smashed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, he also bounced up from the ground in an instant. Other than that handsome face that was extremely red and swollen, there seemed to be no injuries on his body. It hurts so much, but it's impossible to hurt me. Lu Su spat out a mouthful of blood, and still shouted very arrogantly. Is that so? Ling Xiao grinned, crossed his arms in front of his chest and no longer made any movements. Suddenly, Lu Su's body suddenly made a series of muffled groans, and a lot of blood exploded from the inside out. After a long while, Lu Su's eyes widened. In the end, there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes as he fell heavily back. The people from the Flowing Sun sect who had witnessed this scene from afar were all shocked. Zur! Lu Yu cried out in alarm, and was the first to fly over. The people behind him also rushed over, and summoned their spiritual beasts. Lu Su had been defeated, and they could only join forces to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they could imagine what would happen to them. However, before they could reach Lu Su, Ling Xiao had already reached Lu Su's side and grabbed him by the neck. He looked at Lu Yu and the others and said, "If you don't want him to die, you'd better calm down." Lu Su was not dead yet. Ling Xiao had a good sense of propriety. His heavy punches had penetrated the Saint weapon battle armor, and the hidden force remained in Lu Su's body. The hidden force would only erupt after each punch. Lu Su's meridians and internal organs were all injured, but it was only a serious injury and he was still breathing. Ling Xiao had no intention of killing him for the time being. Lu Yu and the others did not dare to attack Lu Su together. Ling Xiao, don't be rash. I can release your two elders in exchange for my son. What do you think? Lu Yu said anxiously. He had pinned all his hopes on his son. If his son died, he would definitely go mad. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sect leader Lu, I don't think you are sincere enough. I have come from afar and fought with your son. If I let him go just like that, I will lose face. Ling Xiao said shamelessly. The look on his face made it clear what he intended to do. Lu Yu's face showed that he was in a difficult position. The people behind him also had different expressions. Lu Yu was silent for a while before he replied, Fine. As long as sect leader Ling is willing to release my son, the Flowing Sun sect will follow the lead of the proud Smiling Palace. Before this, they had already discussed and decided to submit to the proud Smiling Palace for the time being. When they had enough power in the future, they would replace the proud Smiling Palace. However, now that Lu Yu had seen how powerful Ling Xiao was, he thought to himself, when the Flowing Sun sect becomes powerful, the proud Smiling Palace will also become a huge force. Will we be able to do anything to them then? Although he thought about it, his son's life was in the hands of others, so he could only let them have the final say. Sect leader Lu, your sincerity is still not enough. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with disappointment, You. Lu Yu did not understand what Ling Xiao meant. The half-step sovereign beside him tugged at the corner of his clothes and signaled him with his eyes. Lu Yu finally understood what to do. He hesitated for a while and finally knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, Palace leader Lu Yu. As Lu Yu knelt down, the people behind the Flowing Sun sect knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, Palace leader Lu Yu. The voice reverberated endlessly in the vicinity. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face and he said, Good. Get up. You will not regret this decision in the future. He paused and said, Release the two elders of the proud Smiling Palace. Lu Yu did as he said and brought Lu Kun and Guanchang to Ling Xiao's side. He untied the 1,000-year rope on their bodies. Ling Xiao gave them healing pills, and at the same time he also gave Lu Su a healing pill. From now on, he will stay by my side and be appointed as an inner elder of the proud Smiling Palace. I will not mistreat him, Ling Xiao said while pointing at Lu Su. How can I do that? Lu Yu was shocked. He still hoped that his son would continue to become powerful and replace the proud Smiling Palace. If his son followed Ling Xiao, wouldn't this matter be ruined? What? You can't compare to me? He will only be able to go further if he follows me. Ling Xiao said in a domineering tone. It was as if he would turn against Lu Yu if he dared to say no. Lu Yu was speechless and could only sigh in his heart. I hope my son can get rid of this devil's clutches soon. Chapter 828. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to recruit Lu Su was because his combat strength was still abnormally strong. His value was still very high, and his future was relatively broad. Unlike the group of old men he had recruited before, even if he used medicinal pills to help them become stronger, their advancement would be very slow, and their future achievements would ultimately be limited. Beside him, Xian Yao, Yi Yunfeng, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, Poison Scorpion, and the 8 generals were still young, and they still needed more time to grow. Each of them had a strong tenbin, but compared to Lu Su in front of them, there was still a lot of difference. Moreover, Ling Xiao liked the feeling of those so-called geniuses submitting to his feet. For people like Lu Su who were naturally unwilling to submit to others, Ling Xiao wanted to trample him under his feet. After defeating Lu Su, the Flowing Sun sect surrendered to the proud Smiling Palace, and Cruel Leopard, Yang Xianfeng, and Yi Yunfeng each successfully conquered several forces. Now the proud Smiling Palace controlled 5 5th-grade forces and 11 6th-grade forces, occupying a total of more than 350 cities. The territory of this force seemed very large, but it was only equivalent to the scope of a 4th-grade force. Compared to the territory occupied by the 18 forces, it was far from enough. Ling Xiao brought Lu Su, Lu Kun, and Guanchang back to the proud Smiling Palace. Lu Su's dantian and meridians were sealed, and his injuries were not completely healed. There were still many bruises on his face, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. However, Ling Xiao turned a blind eye to all of this. He had already told Lu Su that as long as he did not submit, then he would be a cripple. Lu Su needed to think about this carefully. Lu Su naturally did not want to be like this for the rest of his life. He was indeed unwilling to submit to Ling Xiao like this, but he also thought of a way out. He would pretend to submit for a while, and then after a while, he would pretend to submit. In the future, when he became stronger, he must wash away the shame of this defeat. However, when Ling Xiao brought Lu Su back, Xian Yao's expression changed when he saw Lu Su, and immediately asked Ling Xiao, "Young master, this is?" Ling Xiao replied, "The son of the Flowing Sun sect's sect leader, Lu Su, a future general that I brought back." Lu Su turned his head away unhappily and thought to himself, "I'll let you be cocky for now. One day, you'll be crying." Xian Yao immediately said very seriously, "Young master, this person cannot be left alive. He must be killed immediately." Xian Yao's tone was unprecedentedly firm, causing Ling Xiao and Lu Su to jump in fright. Ling Xiao was surprised that Xian Yao was so hostile towards Lu Su, while Lu Su was afraid that Ling Xiao would really listen to the words of this person in front of him. If that happened, he would die in vain. "Why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked. He knew that under normal circumstances, Xian Yao would not speak carelessly. Since he said this, then he must have his reasons. This person has a dignified appearance and has a bit of awe-inspiring righteousness. He should have been a righteous and benevolent hero, but the awe in the back of his head destroyed his fate, turning him into a naturally rebellious person. No matter who takes him in, he will eventually betray his master. Raising a tiger will only invite calamity. So, young master, this person cannot be left alive. Xian Yao was not afraid of offending Lu Su and directly said to Ling Xiao in front of him. Xian Yao, as the son of the heavens, knew the fate of the heavens, and understood the principles of fate. He was very proficient in divination, feng shui, formations, and people he knew. He could tell at a glance that Lu Su was an ambitious person who was unwilling to submit to others. He was the kind of person who was born to be a traitor. Therefore, he asked Ling Xiao to immediately kill Lu Su to prevent future troubles. After hearing Xian Yao's words, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Lu Su. To be honest, he had always believed Xian Yao's words, but judging Lu Su to be a disloyal person based on his appearance made him feel a bit rash. It was not easy to find a good helper with a good future, but to kill him just like that really made Ling Xiao feel a bit conflicted. Lu Su was immediately very guilty after hearing Xian Yao's words, but the strange look in his eyes only flashed for a moment. He immediately pretended to be righteous and said, "If you have the ability, then kill me now." Drag him out and kill him. Xian Yao ignored the presence of Ling Xiao and coldly gave the order. With his perception of people, he would definitely not be wrong about the person in front of him. However, Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, fraud. In front of me, he can't do anything. Keep him alive, I still have a use for him." "Young master, could it be that you don't believe my words?" Xian Yao said anxiously. Ling Xiao said, "You think too much. I have my own ideas on this matter." Xian Yao saw that Ling Xiao was firm, so he lightly shook his head and said nothing more. However, Lu Su secretly looked at Xian Yao and firmly remembered Xian Yao's appearance. In his heart he secretly said, "If there is a chance in the future, I will kill you first." Ling Xiao indeed had some love for talent, but after hearing Xian Yao's words, he couldn't help but be on guard against Lu Su. However, he still didn't use a high-level spirit curse on Lu Su, which led to a big mistake in the future. The opening ceremony was getting closer and closer, and the entire laughing sect was busy from top to bottom. More than 10 main peaks were decorated with lanterns, and it was a scene of jubilation. Now that there was a lack of manpower, Ling Xiao had already asked Xian Yao to transfer a large number of people from Wind Cloud City to be responsible for this opening ceremony. Ling Xiao's goal was to make it grand and grand, so that other forces would know the power of the laughing sect. While the others were working, Ling Xiao was carefully studying the 9 sun-burning heaven arts incantation written by Lu Su. 2 days ago, Lu Su had already chosen to submit to Ling Xiao, and was willing to take the position of an inner court elder of the laughing sect. He did this, of course, to numb Ling Xiao's attention. He was afraid that if the military advisor really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have the strength to resist. However, in order to dispel Ling Xiao's wariness towards him, he took the initiative to write the 9 sun-burning heaven art for Ling Xiao. He felt that even if others learned the 9 sun-burning heaven art, they might not be able to understand the essence of it like he did. After all, he had the final inheritance, so he had a deep understanding of the 9 sun-burning heaven art. He wasn't stupid enough to change the mental cultivation method. If he did, it would arouse Ling Xiao's suspicion, and he wouldn't be far from death. What he needed to do now was to endure. He had to increase his strength in the shortest time possible. He absolutely had to increase his strength by 1 rank before Ling Xiao became an emperor. At that time, he would be invincible within the emperor rank, and killing Ling Xiao would be as easy as turning his hand. Ling Xiao, of course, had no way of knowing Lu Su's various ambitions. He felt that with his ability, it wouldn't be a problem to suppress Lu Su forever, so he didn't care too much about it. In the next few days, Ling Xiao had roughly comprehended the 9 sun-burning heaven art, and he had also comprehended 70 to 80% of its essence. He didn't have time to cultivate for the time being. There were only a few days left before the opening ceremony, so he had to go out and greet the guests. The first guest that Ling Xiao needed to greet was from the Maple Forest Valley's alchemy family, the Gu family. More than 4 years ago, Ling Xiao represented the Gu family to participate in the Dan Alliance competition, and thus became allies with the Gu family. Furthermore, Gu Jiaojiao had already married Yi Yunfeng, and could be considered as Yi Yunfeng's maiden family, and Yi Yunfeng was his little brother. With these relationships, the Gu family and Ling Xiao could be considered as loyal allies. As the ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Qin personally led the team, and presented many high-level spirit grass, which could be considered as congratulating the establishment of the Xiao Palace. Congratulations, Brother Ling. I never thought that after not seeing you for a few years, you would already be a palace master. You truly make us old men blush with shame. After Gu Qin saw Ling Xiao, he said to Ling Xiao very enthusiastically and politely. Thinking back to more than 4 years ago, not only did Ling Xiao help their Gu family maintain their position in the top 10 of the Dan Alliance, he had also helped their position improve by a lot, allowing their Gu family to profit a lot in recent years. Gu Qin was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to treat Ling Xiao as a junior. With Ling Xiao's current fame, calling Ling Xiao Brother Ling was already considered to be him. Brother Gu, you're too polite. It's good that you came. Why did you bring so many things? Ling Xiao said politely. Haha, It's just a small gift. It's all thanks to Brother Ling's help that my Gu family is able to have today. Gu Qin laughed, then changed the topic. Oh right, I heard that Brother Wu Fu has also come to seek refuge with you. Why don't I see him? Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Wu Fu's voice came from outside the hall. Brother Gu, how have you been? Gu Qin stood up to welcome him. Looking at Wu Fu, who was in high spirits, he already knew that Wu Fu's realm had increased by a level. He smiled and said, Brother Wu has already become an emperor. This is truly a cause for celebration. Wu Fu bowed to Ling Xiao, who was sitting at the top, and said to Gu Qin, all of this is thanks to young master. Otherwise, Wu Fu would not be here today. Back then, Wu Fu was already a half-step emperor, and it was quite difficult for him to rely on himself to break through to the emperor stage. After all, a lot of his cultivation had been raised by pills, and his foundation was not solid. Fortunately, with Ling Zhao's top-grade emperor Xiandan, he was able to become an emperor in one fell swoop. After Gu Qin and Wu Fu greeted each other, Yi Yanfeng also brought Gu Jiaojiao to greet Gu Qin and the rest of the Gu family. After Ling Xiao had set up a banquet for Gu Qin and the others, Wu Fu brought Gu Qin around the proud smiling palace. Gu Qin looked at the majestic palaces built on the peaks and sensed the auras that made him feel fearful. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Brother Wu, according to what you said, you are now the pavilion master of the medicine sect pavilion in the proud smiling palace? Gu Qin asked Wu Fu. Wu Fu revealed a happy expression and said, that's right, this is all because of young master's love for me. He was not happy because he had taken on a heavy responsibility, but because he had been accepted as an in-name disciple by Han Kai. With the guidance of an alchemist saint, he might have a chance to reach that step in the future. I didn't expect Brother Ling to grow so quickly. It seems that our Gu family has become a bit complacent, Gu Qin said with a sigh. He then asked tentatively, say, if our Gu family is willing to become a subsidiary of the proud smiling palace, would Brother Ling agree? When Wu Fu heard this, he paused for a moment before replying. That is naturally good. Young master will definitely agree. If Brother Gu is willing to do this, I believe that your Gu family will definitely prosper in the future. Chapter 829. Following the arrival of the Gu family, the other invited forces also arrived in Wind Cloud City. The first to arrive were, of course, the leaders of the forces that Ling Xiao had just recruited. They were already one of the subsidiaries of the Proud Smiling Palace. Now that the opening ceremony of the Proud Smiling Palace was just around the corner, they had to prepare gifts to pay their respects. They wanted to leave a good impression on the Proud Smiling Palace, so that they would have a good life in the future. There were also many elders of the fourth-rank sects who had sent their representatives. They didn't want to offend Ling Xiao, but they also didn't want to be too close to Ling Xiao. They just wanted to show off and see what the Proud Smiling Palace was capable of. Ling Xiao had already ordered his men to clear out a lot of space in Wind Cloud City, so that these people would have a place to stay. He wouldn't let these people into the Proud Smiling Palace at the beginning. Only those who had a good relationship with the Gu family, or those from the 18 great forces, were qualified to stay in the Proud Smiling Palace. No matter what others thought, the Proud Smiling Palace had the confidence to do so. Today, the day of the opening ceremony of the Proud Smiling Palace finally arrived. Wind Cloud City was already in a jubilant mood. Every shop was decorated with lanterns and firecrackers were exploding non-stop. The citizens were all in a jubilant mood. There were many activities in the city, such as dragon and lion dances, acrobatic performances, arena challenges. Wind Cloud City was filled with people. It was a very lively scene. Ling Xiao and the others had already left the Proud Smiling Palace to welcome the guests. Before the opening ceremony, they had to wait for all the guests to arrive before they could enter the palace to hold the ceremony. This was to show the respect that the Proud Smiling Palace had for their guests. The main reason was that the Proud Smiling Palace had built a space, so they couldn't reveal its location to anyone. They could only reach it through a transmission array. This was why Ling Xiao and the others had to welcome the guests in Wind Cloud City. Those who didn't know better would think that Wind Cloud City was the headquarters of the Proud Smiling Palace. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't come out to welcome the leaders of the nearby forces and the representatives of the fourth-rank sections. He sent Xian Yao and Yi Yinfeng to deal with them. The time to leave the sect grand ceremony was getting closer and closer, and a total of more than 40 representatives had arrived. When Ling Xiao heard this report, his expression became slightly displeased. The central region was vast and boundless, and there were at least a few hundred powers above the fourth rank. Although Ling Xiao didn't send out invitations to every place, he still sent out more than 200 invitations. However, not even 1/3 of the people came. This really made him feel ashamed. However, before the opening ceremony, he had already prepared for the worst. He didn't know many people from the forces, and if they didn't come, he had nothing to say. It was just that they didn't give him face. Just as Ling Xiao was vexed, Yi Yinfeng came over and called out to him. "Boss, it's almost time for the opening ceremony. The military advisor asked me to invite you over." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll go now." He paused for a moment and then asked Yi Yinfeng, "Did anyone from the Feng clan come?" Yi Yinfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Not yet." Ling Xiao responded softly, and went to the main hall of the city lord's mansion with Yi Yinfeng. When they arrived at the main hall, there were already many people sitting inside. They were all representatives of the various forces who had come to watch the ceremony. When Ling Xiao and Yi Yinfeng came out, a guard of the city lord's mansion called out, "Welcome, Palace Master." "Welcome, Palace Master." The people of the city lord's mansion all bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. The representatives of the other forces also stood up and cupped their hands. They didn't do anything else. They were just sizing up what Ling Xiao looked like, and whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually sent out invitations to all the forces to come and watch the ceremony. When they saw Ling Xiao's appearance, they couldn't believe that such a young man was actually a genius who could dominate the central region. They all sighed in their hearts. Ling Xiao is really young. Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd and then cupped his hands and said enthusiastically, "It is my honor and the honor of the proud smiling palace that everyone can come to attend the ceremony of the proud smiling palace. I, Ling Xiao, occupy this remote place to establish a sect, just to have a place to settle down. I hope that everyone can take care of me in the future. I, Ling Xiao, will be grateful. I won't say any more nonsense. The palace has already prepared some wine, and I'm sure you will all be satisfied." As the host of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't be arrogant. Moreover, he had always thought of himself as a kind and easygoing person. Everyone who came here was giving face to Ling Xiao, so he treated them with sincerity. Most of the people politely responded to Ling Xiao with 1 or 2 sentences. After all, Ling Xiao's achievements were too impressive, so they wouldn't look for trouble with the proud smiling palace. Anyway, the proud smiling palace didn't pose any threat to them. Moreover, the Black Demon sect and the Laughing Palace were close neighbors, so who knew if the Black Demon sect would suddenly launch an attack? They were just putting on a show. So long as the people arrived, everything would be fine. However, there were still a few people who wanted to provoke Ling Xiao in order to prove their existence. "Palace Lord Ling, I have a few questions, but I don't know if I should ask." A blue-robed old man stepped forward and stared at Ling Xiao with sharp eyes. Ling Xiao glanced sideways and found that the old man didn't seem to have good intentions. "You are?" Ling Xiao wanted to know the origin of the old man first. The blue-robed old man replied, "I am the deputy leader of the Blue Sun sect, Chen Chen." Chen Chen revealed his identity, and everyone present revealed a look of surprise. The Blue Sun sect was a 4th-grade sect, and they had a strong reputation in the central region. They were the top of the 4th-grade sects, and Chen Chen was also a well-known figure in the early days of the Blue Sun sect. He had the cultivation of a low-level mystic Tharch. The fact that the Blue Sun sect could send a vice sect master personally was something that no one expected. "May I ask what advice sect leader Chen has?" Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and asked. During the Imperial Ranking Tournament, he really couldn't get along with the disciples of the Blue Sun sect. First, he defeated 2 disciples in the minor competition, and then he captured another 2 disciples in the chaotic abyss of war. He was wondering if Chen Chen was here to denounce him for his wrongdoings. I heard that Palace Lord Ling has sent out invitations to all the forces to attend the ceremony. I think there should be a lot of people. Why are there only a few of us? Could it be that the other people didn't give face to Palace Lord Ling and didn't send anyone to attend the ceremony? Chen asked a few questions. A few years ago, Ling Xiao was in the limelight in the Blue Sun City. He defeated the disciples of the Blue Sun sect, and one of them was even his personal disciple. Now that Ling Xiao had established his own force, he came to attend the ceremony as a representative of the sect. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao and the proud smiling palace lose some face and vent his anger. What do you mean? Before Ling Xiao could reply, Yi Yunfeng anxiously stood up and shouted. How could he not understand that Chen was making things difficult for his boss? What do I mean? Is it inconvenient for Palace Lord Ling to answer? Chen revealed a mocking expression. Cult Master Chen is right. I heard that the Feng clan and the Dongfang clan will send people here. I wonder if Palace Master Ling can introduce them to us. Another person stood up and said with a smile. This person was not tall, and he looked fat. His eyes were like silk, and he had a small goatee. One look and anyone could tell that he was a sinister person. This person was called Zhou Yang, and he was the representative of the Zhou clan. He had the strength of a half-step emperor. The Zhou clan and the Blue Sun sect were close neighbors, and the two forces had been on good terms for generations. Zhou Yang naturally followed Chen's words. Yi Yunfeng was angry. Just as he was about to say something, Ling Xiao stopped him with a look. In fact, I also hope that many people will come to attend the ceremony. Unfortunately, they didn't come, and I feel very helpless. However, those who didn't come will not be friends of the proud smiling palace in the future. Those who can come are friends of the proud smiling palace. If you need anything in the future, the proud smiling palace will do its best. Ling Xiao said solemnly. He paused for a moment and then said, As for the Feng clan and Dongfang clan, no one has come, so I can't introduce them to you for now. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the expressions of the people present became a little strange. Some of them even exaggerated it. It was obvious that they were taking pleasure in Ling Xiao's misfortune. Chen sneered and said, I thought that with Palace Master Ling's reputation, you would have a great presence. It turns out that it's just so. Chen's words were full of disdain. Anyone who heard it would think that he was being disrespectful to the proud smiling palace and Ling Xiao. Haha, I'm still young, and I don't have much of a reputation. I see that you, Leader Chen, seem to have a strong opinion of me. Could it be that you're not here to attend the ceremony, but to cause trouble? As Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a vast aura suddenly rose up. A dragon-like aura rushed toward Chen. Chen was so scared that he took a few steps back, and he looked very embarrassed. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao would turn hostile so quickly. This was faster than turning the page of a book. Palace Master Ling, we're guests from afar. Is this how you treat your guests? Let's just leave together. The proud smiling palace has gone too far. Zhou Yang said on behalf of Chen. At the same time, he wanted to persuade the others to leave with them. It was obvious that he had planned this beforehand. That's right. Let's go. They've gone too far. Chen calmed his boiling blood and shouted, I, Ling Xiao, will treat those who sincerely want to attend the ceremony with sincerity. However, as for those who want to cause trouble and damage the reputation of the proud smiling palace, I, Ling Xiao, regard them as my enemies. I will kill them as soon as possible. Please say something. Ling Xiao said in an overbearing manner. For a moment, everyone present hesitated. They had come to attend the ceremony because they wanted to see how powerful the proud smiling palace was. At the same time, they wanted to establish a good relationship with the people present, so it would be convenient for them to travel in the Central Territory in the future. Not many people had come to the proud smiling palace to attend the ceremony, and no one from the grand families had come. They were disappointed. It was meaningless for them to stay. However, seeing Ling Xiao's domineering attitude, he felt a little nervous in his heart. At this moment, a guard hurried in and reported to Ling Xiao, Palace Master, people from the Feng family have arrived. Chapter 830. The arrival of the people from the Feng clan was like timely rain, causing Ling Xiao to be overjoyed. As a last resort, he didn't want to offend all of the people present. With the arrival of the Feng clan, the face on his face was much better. Those who were hesitating whether or not to leave immediately decided to stay. They didn't dare to look down on a power that was on good terms with the Feng clan. As for Chen Chen of the Blue Sun sect and Zhou Yang of the Zhou clan, their faces seemed to have been ruthlessly slapped, causing them to feel a burning sensation. Just now, they were ridiculing the proud Laughing Palace for having so few people attending the ceremony, and for not having any major powers to help. Now that the Feng clan had arrived, it was undoubtedly too disrespectful for them to provoke Ling Xiao. Right now they couldn't leave, but they couldn't stay either. It was truly difficult for them to stay where they were. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and personally went out to greet them. The representatives of the various powers present didn't dare to be careless and followed Ling Xiao out. There weren't many people from the Feng clan, only 6. The one leading them was a woman wearing a cloak and a nudo. Behind her were the 3 elders of the Feng clan, Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin. The identity of the woman in the lead was unknown, but to be able to make the 3 elders of the Feng clan follow behind her, one could imagine how high her status was. Ji Beixin was considered a member of the Feng clan. Now that Ji Beixin was his wife, the Feng clan was naturally his maiden family. Ling Xiao personally welcoming them could be considered as not neglecting the people of the Feng clan. Junior Ling Xiao greets seniors. Ling Xiao bowed to the woman in front of him and the 3 elders of the Feng clan as a junior. The 3rd elder of the Feng clan looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression and didn't say anything. He only nodded his head in response, but he thought back to a few years ago when he met Ling Xiao in the outskirts. At that time, he thought that Ling Xiao was just an ordinary young man with nothing special about him. Unexpectedly, after a few years, this young man had already become an overlord. Ji Beixin, who was behind Ling Xiao, also went forward to greet them. At the same time, she went in front of the cloaked woman and bowed happily. "Aunt, I didn't expect you to come. Xer greets you." Ling Xiao had already guessed that the cloaked woman in front of him should be the ancestor of the Feng clan, Aunt Feng Qingyuan. However, he didn't dare to easily confirm her identity, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Now that he heard Ji Beixin say this, Ling Xiao didn't even think as he bowed to Feng Qingyuan and said, "Disciple Ling Xiao greets mistress." The moment Ling Xiao said this, the people behind him were all shocked. Who would have thought that a big shot from the Feng clan would actually be Ling Xiao's mistress? Where did this come from? The cloaked woman let out a voice that sounded like an oriole's cry. "Hee, at least you're tactful. Big brother Evil Emperor has accepted a good disciple like you." Hearing the woman's words, everyone present knew her identity. They never thought that she would actually be the Evil Emperor's woman. Romantic demonic emperor, his reputation was not just for show. In the years when he roamed the Middle Territory, he had countless romantic relationships with beautiful women. It was obvious that this girl from the Feng clan was one of them. In an instant, the representatives behind Ling Xiao all bowed to Feng Qingyuan. "This disciple has not disgraced my master's name. I have always wanted to find time to pay a visit to master's wife, but I am entangled in the secular world. I have to make master's wife lower her status, which makes this disciple extremely anxious. Master's wife, please come inside." Feng Qingyuan nodded lightly and followed Ling Xiao into the city lord's mansion. At this time, the people from the other forces looked at Ling Xiao in a different way. If they had an indifferent attitude towards Ling Xiao before, they now had an additional look of reverence. Although the Feng clan was only at the bottom of the 18 forces, their foundation and strength were not something that the forces present could compare to. The fact that the proud Smiling Palace was able to establish a relationship with the Feng clan meant that they already had the qualifications to sit on the same level as the 4th grade sections. Moreover, Ling Xiao had an astonishing battle strength that could dominate the central region. No matter what, they would not look down on the proud Smiling Palace anymore. Instead, they decided to befriend the proud Smiling Palace. Just as Ling Xiao was about to lead the group into the proud Smiling Palace, another guard hurriedly came to report. "Palace Lord, the Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect have arrived." At this time, everyone was stunned. Everyone knew that the Gu clan and Ling Xiao had a life and death feud. Now that the Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect had come together, could it be that they were going to attack the proud smiling palace directly? A faint smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face and he said, "Please." He did not expect the Gu clan to have the guts to come and watch the ceremony. However, he did not know whether they were sincere or not. In any case, the feud between Ling Xiao and the Gu clan could not be easily resolved. Therefore, there was no need for him to personally welcome them. Feng Qingyuan, who was beside Ling Xiao, said indifferently, "Xiao, do your best. Master's wife will stand up for you." Up till now, Ling Xiao was still unable to tell how deep Feng Qingyuan's strength was. But after interacting with Mad Tooth and Han Kai for such a long time, he could more or less sense the aura of a saint. He was certain that this mistress of his was not just at the mystic Tharch level, but had already reached the strength of a saint. As for which level she was at, he could not tell. Feng Qingyuan's words undoubtedly made Ling Xiao feel very warm. With his master's wife's position in the Feng clan, her words carried enormous weight. Her words also represented the Feng clan's position. The Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect had the most people. There were a total of 15 people. The Gu clan had 7, and the Ghost Abyss sect had 8. Every single one of them had a strong aura. Many people thought that the Gu clan was here to denounce them. However, when they saw the small number of people, they were puzzled. Could it be that the Gu clan is really here to observe the ceremony? The leader of the Gu family's group was the trusted aide of the Gu family's new patriarch, Gu Ben. Behind him were 2 emperor-rank experts and 4 heavenly venerables. Needless to say, these people were definitely the Gu family's elders. As for the beautiful white-haired woman, she was Gu Xiaohe. On the Ghost Abyss sect's side, a young man was the leader. Behind him were 2 thearchs and 5 heavenly venerables. This young man, Ling Xiao, had an impression of him. He was the Japanese that he had met once in the chaotic abyss of war. Now that he had reached the mid-stage heavenly venerables, he was worthy of being the leader of the Dafeng faction's younger generation. This Tenbin was indeed not weak. "Brother Ling Xiao, it has been a few years since we last met. You are even more elegant than before." The first to speak was the Ghost Abyss sect's Japanese. There was a warm smile on his face, but the pride in his eyes could not be concealed. He did not deliberately reveal this. As the leader of the new generation of the Ghost Darkness sect, he had always felt that he was superior to others. As such, it was natural for him to reveal his arrogance. Although Ling Xiao was of the same generation as the Ghost Abyss sect, Ling Xiao was now an ambitious and ruthless person. He was also the evil emperor's only disciple, so his status and background were much higher than the Ghost Abyss sect's. The Ghost Abyss sect's Ghost Abyss sect called Ling Xiao by his name instead of Palace Master Ling. It was obvious that while raising his status, it was also belittling Ling Xiao. The Ghost Abyss sect's chief disciple was thinking to himself, "I am the Ghost Abyss sect's chief disciple. To be able to sit on the same level as you, a mere palace master of a small faction, is already thinking highly of you." The people from the city lord's mansion all revealed looks of displeasure, and Yi Yinfeng almost couldn't help but attack. Ling Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, she chuckled and said, "This brother is, please forgive me for not recognizing who you are." If the Japanese's words were to belittle Ling Xiao's identity, then Ling Xiao's words were even sharper. It was as if he had slapped the Japanese in front of everyone. It was so loud and ear-piercing. Ghost Child's face became incomparably ashen, and the people behind him revealed furious expressions. One of the profound emperor said in a low voice, "Young man, it's better to speak with propriety, lest you bite your tongue." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "What? Are people not allowed to speak the truth these days? I really don't know this brother." The Ghost Child's face twitched and he said, "Since Palace Master Ling is so forgetful, then our Ghost Abyss sect will take our leave." With just a few words, he was provoked by Ling Xiao's words. He had already arrived, but now his master had said a few words that weren't too excessive, and he actually wanted to leave in a fit of temper instead of thinking of a way to get back at him. The surrounding people's impression of the successor of the Ghost Abyss sect dropped by a few points. At this time, Gu Zhe cast a pleading look at one of the Ghost Abyss sect's profound emperor. The Ghost Abyss sect's profound emperor said, ZMO, don't be angry. This makes our Ghost Abyss sect seem to be too petty. The ghost child snorted and didn't say anything else. He just turned his face away, and in his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. He stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Gu Zhe of the Gu family greets Palace Master Ling. We represent the Gu family to congratulate the establishment of the proud Laughing Palace. Our family head has said that he is willing to be on good terms with the proud Laughing Palace for generations to come. All the unhappiness in the past will be let go with the wind. Here is a small gift. I hope Palace Master Ling will accept it. As soon as Gu Zhe's words fell, everyone's expression became strange. A thought flashed through their minds. The Gu family is actually asking for peace with the proud Laughing Palace? The Gu family's power was comparable to that of the Ghost Abyss sect, and they were ranked in the upper echelons of the 18 powers. Now they were actually publicly asking for peace with Ling Xiao. What was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao's strength had reached a level that even the Gu family was afraid of? Chen Chen and Zhou Yang of the House of Blue Sun's expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Although the two of them were not weak, they were far inferior to the Gu family. The Gu family had actually asked for peace in front of everyone, and they had just challenged Ling Xiao's authority. Their hearts were in a mess and they were all thinking, what should we do now? In fact, the proud Laughing Palace's power had indeed reached a level that the Gu family was afraid of. Gu Ai's attempt to kill Ling Xiao had failed, and a group of Grand Supreme Elders and the 8th Order Thunder Snake had all died in the Lake of Sky Severance. Gu Ai knew that he could not make an enemy out of Ling Xiao, or else the Gu family would one day fall out of the 18 powers. Now that the Gu family was asking for peace with Ling Xiao, although it was a loss of face, it was worth it if the Gu family's foundation was not shaken. Chapter 831. An inexplicable smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, but no one knew what he was planning. Glancing behind him, Ling Xiao motioned for Yi Yunfeng to take Gu Zhe's space ring. Looking at this smile, Gu Zhe couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Their Gu family had paid a heavy price this time, putting aside their dignity and face, hoping to temporarily bury the hatchet with Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't appreciate their kindness, then their Gu family's face would be completely gone. However, even though Ling Xiao had asked someone to accept the gift, Gu Zhe still felt that Ling Xiao didn't seem to take this matter seriously. That's very kind of you. Yunfeng, please put this gift in the book. When you get back, remember to return the gift. We, the proud Smiling Palace, don't be disrespectful. Ling Xiao said. He didn't show any emotion on his face. Logically speaking, since the Gu family had put down their pride to make peace with him, he should have shown a warm and grateful expression, but he didn't show such an emotion. The others who saw this had a different feeling in their hearts. The representatives of the forces who had come to attend the ceremony all made up their minds to build a good relationship with the proud Smiling Palace. Gu Zhe understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. It turned out that the gift he had given was taken as a congratulatory gift for attending the ceremony, and not a sincere gift to ask for peace and apologize. Gu Zhe could only swallow his anger and say, Palace Master Ling, you have seen the sincerity of our Gu family. Let bygones be bygones and everyone will be happy. What do you think? If he didn't get Ling Xiao to take a stand today, he wouldn't be able to put down the boulder in his heart. The several elders behind Gu Zhe stared at Ling Xiao, as if they would turn hostile if Ling Xiao didn't agree. At this time, Xianyao spoke up. Palace Master, the opening ceremony is about to begin. What do you think? Ling Xiao smiled and said, That's right, let's hold the opening ceremony first. If there's anything else, we can discuss it after the ceremony. Gu Zhe panicked. How could he not tell that Ling Xiao was trying to shirk responsibility? At this moment, the devil from the Ghost Darkness sect spoke again. Elder Gu Zhe, it's useless to say more. They won't give face to your Gu family. Don't we have another matter to discuss with them? Who knows, maybe he'll change his mind after hearing about it. Gu Zhe patted the back of his head and said in realization, That's right, how could I have forgotten about the important matter? Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Palace Master Ling, the granddaughter of the Gu family is going to marry the son of the Guiyu sect in the near future. Our Gu family and the Guiyu sect will become the best allies. Apart from coming to watch the wedding, we also want to send you an invitation. We hope that Palace Master Ling will come to the Guiyu sect to attend our wedding. At this point, Guze suddenly felt more confident. He thought to himself, no matter how arrogant you Ling Xiao are, you wouldn't dare to go against the Gu family and the Ghost Underworld sect at the same time, right? The purpose of the Gu family and the Ghost Underworld sect coming together was to intimidate Ling Xiao and resolve this grudge. Ling Xiao once again asked Yi Yinfeng to step forward and take the invitation. He smiled and said, then this palace will congratulate you in advance on forming an alliance. In fact, Ling Xiao had not caused trouble for the Gu family all this time because of Han Kai's words. Now that the Gu family had gone to this extent and asked for peace, he could also push the boat with the current and postpone this matter for now. At the very least, before he broke through to the emperor stage, he would not bring up any war. After all this time, although the Gu family had wanted to kill him, the price they had paid was the greatest. His own losses were not that great. However, as the leader of an assassin organization, Shatian, Ling Xiao would sooner or later challenge them all. As for the Gu family, it would depend on whether they and the Ghost Underworld sect were at peace. When Xianyao once again urged Ling Xiao to enter the palace to hold the opening ceremony, many people from other forces arrived. This time, everyone present was shocked once again. The ones who arrived first were the members of the Dan Alliance, the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, the Medicine Sect, and the Dongfang family. The Dan Alliance came with the Pill Sect, the Yen Clan, and the Heaven Returning Sect. There were a total of 6 alchemy forces, and all of them had sent people to deliver congratulatory gifts and come to watch the ceremony. With regards to the arrival of the people from the Dan Alliance, Ling Xiao was a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He only thought that they had come for him. The other 3 were all top forces in the central region. They were much more imposing than the Feng clan, the Gu family, and the Ghost Underworld sect. The person who came from the Spiritual Martial Pavilion claimed to be Zhuo Xiangwei, the direct disciple of Daowen. He was a middle-aged man who already had the strength of a high-level sky sovereign. His personality was very gentle, and he treated Ling Xiao extremely respectfully. Zhuo Xiangwei was a smooth and slick person. He had heard his master talk about the deeds of the evil emperor since he was young, and he had also worshipped the evil emperor since he was young. As the only disciple of the evil emperor Ling Xiao, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and when he heard his master talk about it at the beginning, he did not pay much attention to it. At that time, Ling Xiao was only a mere first emperor, and was lucky enough to be slightly stronger than his junior brother, Wu Bufan. However, in terms of true strength, Zhuo Xiangwei still felt that his junior brother, Wu Bufan, was stronger. However, as Ling Xiao's fame grew, and after the battle between Ling Xiao and his junior brother 2 years ago, Zhuo Xiangwei finally realized that Ling Xiao was truly worthy of being called a genius. His future was absolutely limitless. Therefore, when he came to Wine Cloud City and saw Ling Xiao, he did not seem to be overbearing at all. Instead, he tried to get closer to Ling Xiao. Those who did not know better would think that Zhuo Xiangwei and Ling Xiao were old friends. Ling Xiao naturally would not leave Daowen's disciple out in the cold. He addressed Zhuo Xiangwei as Brother Zhuo, which made Zhuo Xiangwei extremely happy. As for the people from the Medicine Sect, they sent people to deliver the gifts for the ceremony and left in a hurry. No one stayed to watch the ceremony. For the Medicine Sect to be able to do this, Ling Xiao felt that it was enough. After all, the old sect master of the Medicine Sect was his uncle Master Ping Yi. Although it was a little heartless, he had also killed a saint from the Medicine Sect. His uncle Master Ping Yi did not come to cause trouble for him, so there must be some feelings in it. Ling Xiao knew the person who came from the Dongfang family. It was Dongfang Jing's cousin Dongfang Xiong. He was the tall man who had participated in the imperial ranking tournament with them. This guy seemed to be much more thick-skinned than Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao, he did not call him Palace Master Ling. Instead, he directly called Ling Xiao brother-in-law. This time, the surrounding people were all shocked to the point of not knowing what to do. They had long heard of the Dongfang family's princess, Dongfang Jing, courting Ling Xiao. Now it seemed that it was true. When they saw that the #1 force in the central region, the spiritual martial pavilion, had such a good relationship with Ling Xiao. They were really glad that they had made the right decision to come to the ceremony. Even the people from the Gu family and the Ghost Dark sect, who were one of the 18 forces, had mixed feelings. Obviously, they did not expect the proud smiling palace to have such a wide network. The Japanese had to swallow his resentment, and did not dare to speak rudely to Ling Xiao anymore. After confirming that no one else was coming, Ling Xiao was about to lead everyone into the transmission room and enter the inner palace. At this time, Yi Yunfeng stopped the two of them and said, "You two, aren't you going to leave? Why are you still following us?" The two people who were stopped were Chen Chen from the Blue Sun sect and Zhou Yang from the Zhou family. Previously, they had dared to challenge Ling Xiao's authority. Now that the situation was not in their favor, they did not dare to say anything. They had been thinking about how to make up for their previous mistakes. However, they could not think of a way. Now they were being targeted by the proud smiling palace. Their hearts sank. "Well, we don't mean anything else. We just want to go in and watch the ceremony." Chen Chen was a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a while and said, "That's right. We didn't mean to embarrass Master Ling just now. Now we are going to watch the ceremony with sincerity. In the future, we will definitely be the best allies of the proud smiling palace." Zhou Yang said with a flattering smile. The two of them were shocked by the continuous attacks. They had thought that not many people would come to watch the ceremony of the proud smiling palace. However, they did not expect that many people would come to watch the ceremony. It showed that Ling Xiao's influence was so great that they could not make things difficult for him. Yi Yunfeng turned his eyes to Ling Xiao, as if he was asking for his opinion. Ling Xiao did not respond to Yi Yunfeng's look. However, Yi Yunfeng had already understood Ling Xiao's meaning. He immediately said to the two of them, "Please go back. You have accepted the gifts. However, you don't need to come to the proud smiling palace with the others." Yi Yunfeng knew Ling Xiao's personality well, so he said so. How could he spit out what he had already eaten? Chen Chen and Zhou Yang wanted to beg a few more words. However, when they saw the expressions of the people present, they wanted to find a hole and hide in it. They had been so humiliated. They did not want to stay any longer, so they left the Wind Cloud City in disgrace. The two of them were just a small interlude. It did not affect Ling Xiao's mood. The group of people moved to the headquarters of the proud smiling palace from the transmission device. This time everyone was shocked. The proud smiling palace had built its own spaceland. After all, a spaceland was an independent space that could only be built by a peerless powerhouse at the Saint stage. However, the proud smiling palace had built one. Everyone could guess what it meant. It meant that the proud smiling palace had a peerless powerhouse at the Saint stage. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were running wild. They surrounded the people of the proud smiling palace and flattered them from time to time. They all wanted to build a good relationship with the proud smiling palace as soon as possible. The proud smiling palace already had the qualifications to become a third-grade sect. Building a good relationship with such a rising power would only bring them benefits. Ling Xiao led the group to the martial arena on the main peak. The tables and chairs for the ceremony had already been prepared. The group of people took their seats according to their status. The representatives of the Wulin Pavilion, the Dongfang clan, the Feng clan, the Gu clan, and the Ghost sect naturally sat in the front row with the great elders of the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao walked to the huge martial arena and raised his drumstick. He faced the largest bronze drum in the center of the arena and waited for Xian Yao to call out. "The time has come. The opening ceremony will begin. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth." Today, the proud smiling palace, which belonged to Ling Xiao, was officially established and announced to the public. Chapter 832. All the people of the palace of the proud smiling palace shouted at the same time. Their voices were so loud and powerful that it even shook the sky. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He raised the drumstick and smashed it down on the big bronze drum. Dong! The loud sound of the drum shook the entire palace of the proud smiling palace, and stirred up everyone's heart. When the sound of the drum stopped, the sky suddenly changed. The clear sky was suddenly covered with auspicious clouds. Colorful lights fell from the sky, and the clouds became gorgeous. The world seemed to become more vivid and beautiful at this moment, especially the smiling palace, which was covered with colorful clouds, with a holy and bright atmosphere. Everybody on the spot was amazed and comfortable. Chrissy, the smiling palace was covered with colorful clouds, with a holy and bright atmosphere. Everybody on the spot was amazed and comfortable. The auspicious clouds stayed in the sky for a long time, and then gradually disappeared. The sky returned to normal. Xian Yao's voice sounded again. The auspicious clouds are an auspicious sign. The palace of the proud smiling palace is built by the heavens. Please start the sacrificial ceremony. As soon as Xian Yao's voice fell, the dozen or so strong men in the martial arts arena started to beat the bronze drums in front of them at the same time. The sound of the bronze drums rang out in unison. At the same time, many small spiritual beasts were set free by the people of the palace of the proud smiling palace. A group of young men walked out from one direction and started to practice a set of simple boxing skills on the martial arts field. When the drumming stopped, the sounds of all kinds of musical instruments rang out in the surroundings. It was melodious and joyous. A row of beautiful women walked gracefully in front of everyone. Everyone was drinking and chatting merrily while listening to the beautiful music and appreciating the moving dance. At this moment, their moods were all lifted. The palace of the proud smiling palace was full of joy. The palace of the proud smiling palace had been celebrating for 3 days and 3 nights. Then the representatives of the different forces started to leave. Over the past 3 days, the representatives of these forces had also reaped great rewards and mingled with the representatives of the other forces. This was a great benefit to them. Although they weren't able to get close to the people of those powerful forces, it was already a great honor for them to be able to sit together and drink and chat merrily. As the others left, the people of the Gu family and the Feng family stayed until the end. Gu Qin saw that Ling Xiao had finished his work, so he found a chance to talk to Ling Xiao alone. After pondering for the past few days, Gu Qin had already made an important decision in his heart. Brother Gu, I've neglected you these past few days, please forgive me. Ling Xiao said politely to Gu Qin. Gu Qin waved his hand and said, Elder Ling. No, Leader Ling, you are being too polite. The opening ceremony is a big event and there are many guests. Of course, we are busy. I am not an unreasonable person. Brother Gu, Ling Xiao is relieved. In the future, the proud smiling palace will have a lot of support from the Gu family. Ling Xiao said warmly. Gu Qin smiled and immediately got to the point. Leader Ling, I have an idea that I want to talk to you about. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't understand why Gu Qin suddenly became so polite and still called him Leader Ling. He was confused. Brother Gu, please tell me. Gu Qin showed a serious look and said, I want the Gu family to become one of the subordinate forces of the proud smiling palace. What do you think, Leader Ling? Gu Qin had been thinking about it for a long time. Firstly, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed was enough to attract his attention. Secondly, he saw that the current scale of the proud smiling palace had the conditions to become a third-grade force. Thirdly, Ling Xiao had a good relationship with several big forces. From these 3 aspects, it was enough to prove that the proud smiling palace had unlimited potential. Moreover, he also knew that the supervising elder who was in charge of the Dan Alliance was now in charge of the proud smiling palace. He had even personally asked Wu Fu about this matter, and in the end, he confirmed that it was true. The supervising elder's prestige in the Dan Alliance was not weaker than the medicine sect and the Dan sect. He must have his own plans for being in charge of the proud smiling palace. He was a saint alchemist, and had incomparable influence in the world of alchemy. With all these factors added together, Gu Qin felt that it was definitely a wise move for the Gu family to rely on the proud smiling palace. It was a choice that had hundreds of benefits and no harm. Ling Xiao was stunned at first. He really didn't expect Gu Qin to make such a request. He laughed heartily and said, Haha, Brother Gu, you have to think it through. This is not a matter of carelessness. If one chose a force to be their subsidiary, then once the main force had something to summon, the subsidiary would have to do their best to help. However, if something happened to the subsidiary, the main force would only do their best. How much help would depend on the sincerity of the main force. This was the relationship between the two. Unless they had no other choice, no one would be willing to become someone else's subsidiary force. Gu Qin said, I have already thought it through. Our Gu family has declined in recent years. I am afraid that one day, when my old bones are gone, they will not be able to support the family's foundation. Therefore, I hope to be able to merge with the proud smiling palace. At that time, if Palace Master Ling can take care of me, Gu Qin will be extremely grateful. Hearing this, Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, Since Brother Gu trusts me, Ling Xiao, then it would be unreasonable for me to refuse again. Seeing that Ling Xiao had agreed, Gu Qin revealed a happy smile and said, Then Gu Qin will thank Palace Master Ling. I will go back to the clan and discuss it with the younger generation. I believe they will not have any objections. After Gu Qin and Ling Xiao settled this matter, they immediately left the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao had no choice but to admire this old man's foresight. He thought to himself, sincerely representing this young master will definitely not treat you unfairly. After Gu Qin left, Ling Xiao did not stay idle. He quickly went to the backyard to meet his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan had only attended the opening ceremony for a while, and then she did not participate in any other activities. As an ancestor-level figure of the Feng clan, she was the highest in terms of seniority. Naturally, she had to pay attention to some details. Furthermore, no one cared about a woman wearing a cloak. Instead, the three elders of the Feng clan became the most sought-after figures. In Ling Xiao's backyard, Feng Qingyuan had already taken off the cloak on her head, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face, causing the surrounding beautiful scenery to pale in comparison. Countless years did not seem to have left any traces on her face, and she looked like a 16-year-old girl, young and full of vitality. She was wearing a light green satin dress, which vividly outlined her full and plump figure. No matter from which angle, she was a woman of the highest quality that could move one's heart. Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin, who were beside Feng Qingyuan, were also rare beauties. However, compared to Feng Qingyuan, they were still a bit lacking. This did not mean that their appearances and figures were inferior to Feng Qingyuan's, but that Feng Qingyuan's temperament was even better than theirs. When they had the ability to reach the same level of strength as Feng Qingyuan, they believed that they would not be inferior to Feng Qingyuan at all. Xiao greets Mistress. I have neglected Mistress for the past few days. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao bowed and said, There's no need to be so courteous to Mistress. You are now the mistress of this palace, so you should have the bearing of a palace. Feng Qingyuan replied casually. Then she turned to the two girls beside her and said, Exciting, you two go down first. I'll have a few words with Xiao. The two women nodded and walked out of the room with Anna's figure. Ling Xiao sat down and waited for Feng Qingyuan's lecture. Back then, after his master, the evil emperor, passed down the supreme divine art to him, he left. However, before he left, his master had told him that if he had any difficulties, he could go to the Feng clan for help. The Feng clan would definitely not sit idly by. Back then at the Feng clan, Feng Qingyuan had admitted her relationship with the evil emperor. Therefore, when Ling Xiao saw Feng Qingyuan, he called her mistress. This was something he should do. However, he didn't understand. Since Feng Qingyuan was his master's woman, why did he let her stay in the central region and not bring her to the heaven region? He didn't think that his master didn't have the ability, or that Feng Qingyuan wasn't strong enough. There must be some unknown secret behind it. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to delve into these matters. He wasn't that gossipy yet. However, even though he had no intention of understanding it, Feng Qingyuan took the initiative to tell him. Xiao, do you want to hear about the matter between me and your master? Feng Qingyuan glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, but before Ling Xiao could reply, she spoke first. I don't even remember how long we've known each other. I only remember that I was representing our Feng clan to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition, and only then did I get to know your master. When your master was young, he was as handsome as you, and his strength was equally outstanding. Adding on to that, he was humorous, and I was quickly deceived by your master's flowery words. Later on, he relied on his own strength to obtain the title of first emperor, and I became even more infatuated with his elegance. Originally, I didn't want to marry anyone else but your master, but the clan had to ask your master to marry into our Feng clan. Your master was naturally dissolute and wasn't used to being restrained by others, so naturally he didn't agree. The matter between your master and I was dragged on until one day. The clan forced me to marry someone from another power. I refused no matter what, and when your master heard this news, he killed the man who wanted to marry me. This caused a huge commotion, and I was also moved by your master. Later on, your master became an emperor and wanted to bring me out of the clan. Unfortunately, even though he was very powerful, he couldn't fight against four legs with two fists. In the end, he was heavily injured by my ancestor. If it wasn't for my begging, your master would have died in our Feng clan. Your master was a person who cared a lot about his face. When he found out that I was able to escape that time, he was very angry and severed our relationship. Later on, his strength greatly increased, and he came to our Feng clan again. He didn't want to bring me away, but rather, he wanted to avenge his past humiliation. As you can imagine, my ancestor was accidentally killed by him, Sai. Chapter 833. Listening to Feng Qingyuan's entanglement with the evil emperor, he finally understood why his master and Feng Qingyuan did not end up together in the end. It was just that this matter had already happened many years ago, and the grudge between the evil emperor and the Feng clan had already become a fleeting cloud. Right now, the Feng clan was supported by Feng Qingyuan from behind the scenes, so if she really wanted to leave with the evil emperor, no one should be able to stop her. Ling Xiao did not know that Feng Qingyuan could not get over it. It must have been because the evil emperor had accidentally killed the elders of the Feng clan. Otherwise, the Feng clan would not have been at the bottom of the 18 powers. In the end, Feng Qingyuan could not help but sigh. It is difficult to be water in the vast ocean, and it is not clouds except for Mount Wu. Her face revealed an expression of uncontrollable love, causing even Ling Xiao to be moved. He also understood why his master didn't go find Feng Qingyuan when he was in the Wind Capital. It was probably because he felt that the two of them didn't know how to face each other when they met. Now his master had already gone to the middle region, and Feng Qingyuan was still in the middle region. The two of them were separated by each other, and it was likely that the two of them were deeply in love with each other. Ling Xiao sighed. This kind of torture is like suffering. Master's wife, it has been so many years. I think we should cherish the people in front of us. Otherwise, life will be nothing but a dream. If that happens, the gains will not make up for the losses. I think Master was worried about you back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten angry over a beauty. Ling Xiao could understand his master's feelings back then. If it were him, he wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. In this regard, he felt that he was very similar to his master. Feng Qingyuan walked to the window and looked out at the beautiful girls chatting outside the courtyard. She revealed a charming smile and said, "That's right, actually, when Big Brother Evil Emperor came back last time, I really wanted to make up my mind to go to the heavenly region with him." Ling Xiao followed along and asked, "Then why didn't Mistress go?" Feng Qingyuan revealed a helpless expression and said, "You have already seen the situation of our Feng clan. Although we are still within the range of the great powers, our ranking is very low, and we can be replaced by other powers at any time. If I don't stay behind to guard the place, I'm afraid our clan's position will not be guaranteed." Can you protect them forever?" Ling Xiao asked. If a big foundation needed to be guarded by one person for a lifetime, then what would the rest of the Feng clan do? Ling Xiao's question was very straightforward. In fact, he was implying that the Feng clan had no talented descendants. Initially, I was hoping that Xian would be able to take over my position as soon as possible, but now I've been tricked by you, you sly little rascal. Do you think it's easy for your mistress? Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and said. Her overflowing seductive appearance made Ling Xiao absent-minded for a while. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was enough, and he quickly recovered. Master's wife, you can't say that. Exiner is already my wife. It's only right for her to stay by my side. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ji Beixin's body contained the energy of a peak-stage mystic Tharch. If the seal was gradually lifted, she would be a great help. This was also why the Feng clan valued Ji Beixin so much. Back then, when Ji Beixin stayed in Wind Cloud City, the people of the Feng clan could not sit still any longer. If not for Feng Qingyuan stopping them, the Feng clan would have sent people to bring Ji Beixin back. I don't blame you for this matter. Back then, you came to our Feng clan for Xiner's sake, which is enough to prove that you treat Xiner well. It also allowed me to see the stubborn temper of your master back then. However, I want you to promise me one thing now. Otherwise, I will definitely not allow Xiner to stay by your side. Feng Qingyuan said. Ling Xiao replied. Mistress, let's not talk about Xiner's matter. Just because you are my mistress, no matter what it is, Xiao, or will risk his life to do it. Feng Qingyuan was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude, and immediately said, One day, I will leave this place and shower. You are still young. Your momentum will definitely continue to flourish. I hope that you can give Mistress face, or Xiner face. Once our family is in danger, you must help our family. Can you treat this matter as Mistress begging you? Ling Xiao panicked a little and said, Mistress, you're underestimating me. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, the Feng clan will never be in trouble, unless someone else steps over my corpse. If these words were to reach the ears of others, they would definitely think that Ling Xiao was boasting shamelessly. Your proud palace is not even considered one of the 18 powers. Yet you actually said that you will protect the Feng clan. Isn't this a huge joke? However, Feng Qingyuan did not think that way. She believed in the evil emperor's foresight, and she had also paid attention to Ling Xiao's growth. In just a few short years, he had already reached this stage, and had already far surpassed the fame of the evil emperor at this time. Therefore, as long as nothing unexpected happened to Ling Xiao, he would definitely become the second evil emperor in the future. This was also the reason why she had to tell Ling Xiao about this matter in such a serious manner. Now that she had Ling Xiao's guarantee, Feng Qingyuan was relieved. She believed that Ling Xiao was the same as her evil emperor big brother, a true man who kept his promise. Oh right, mistress. When do you plan to leave for the heavenly realm? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Hearing Feng Qingyuan's words just now, Ling Xiao could more or less guess what she was thinking, which was why he asked this question. Feng Qingyuan did not hide anything. Wait for you to grow up a little more. Your current strength is still too weak, although you have a lot of helpers by your side. It is still not enough to shock some restless people. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose speechlessly. He also sighed in his heart. That's right, I'm still too weak right now. Mistress, I've heard from my master that the path to the heaven domain is extremely dangerous. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. If things don't go well, wouldn't it be too risky for you to go alone? Ling Xiao said. I know that as well, but for your master, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I have to charge into it. Feng Qingyuan said firmly. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say either. He thought to himself, if I can become stronger earlier, I might be able to accompany Mistress to the heavenly realm to take a look. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had a spirit that was even higher than the heavens. In the Death Mountain Range, a group of warriors dressed in black quietly approached the space of the proud smiling palace. There were a total of 5,000 people in this group, and their momentum could be said to be vast and mighty. They were traveling at night, and it was as if they had entered the darkness. Their auras were also concealed, and it was difficult for ordinary people to discover their existence. When they were not far from the periphery of the proud smiling palace, the person in the lead made a gesture, and everyone stopped. The person in the lead was the chief disciple of the Black Devil, Night Wolf. Beside him were the Eagle King and 2 other old men. One of the old men was naturally Shuri Dao. The sinister scar on his face looked extremely frightening. The old man beside him was very thin, and his eyes seemed to be half closed. Those who did not know would think that he was sleeping, but in fact between the slits of his eyes, A bright light would shoot out from time to time, and it was extremely oppressive. This old man was also a low-level saint. His name was Zhang Kuang, and he was once the most terrifying villain who killed without batting an eye. He was one of the most loyal followers of the Black Devil. Behind these people were more than 10 Qian emperors, ranging from low-level to high-level. There were also hundreds of celestial masters, and the other 4,000 people were Earth King masters. There was not a single king master. Such a lineup could not be said to be small, and even an ordinary third-grade sect could not compare to it. It was no wonder that the Black Devil sect was the spearhead of all the major forces. This was not without reason. Granduncle, did you find anything? Night Wolf asked Shi Dao, holding the mace in his hand. Shi Dao stared ahead for a while, and then said, "Their territory is indeed not far from here. I feel the fluctuations of the power of space. Don't you think so, old Zhang?" Zhang Kuang said in a hoarse voice. "Yes, there are indeed fluctuations of space. I did not expect that this newly established force would have such ability. Interesting, interesting." As he said this, his half-closed eyes opened wide, and a strong bloodthirsty light leaked out. It seems that the sect leader was right. That crazy old man has indeed become a saint. I did not expect him to reach this step with his original talent. What a miscalculation. But this is good. I have been idle for so many years. It is time to loosen up. Shi Dao sneered. Night Wolf showed a look of disdain, and said, "I thought that the Gu family would have some backbone and would take advantage of the opening ceremony of the proud smiling palace to start a war. I did not expect that they are all cowards. They actually want to make peace. Bah, they can't even pick up some ready-made peace." He paused for a while, and then said, "Granduncle Shi, let's attack now and break their space restriction first." Night Wolf was the eldest disciple of the Black Devil sect. He did not look as arrogant as the Eagle King, but those who knew him knew that he was a reserved person. Only when he was angry would he reveal his ferocious and frightening side. "Yes, there is no trick in this matter. Let's just kill them and turn them upside down." Shi Dao replied, and then he said to Zhang Kuang, "Old Zhang, your space power is not weak. Let's attack together." Then Shi Dao and Zhang Kuang flew forward at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared next to the wall screen outside the proud smiling palace. If it were an ordinary cultivator, it would be impossible for them to sense anything strange around them. This was because layers of space force had already enveloped the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, forming an independent world. Shi Dao and Zhang Kuang were both saint-level experts. Although they could not see the situation inside the proud smiling palace through the space, they could feel the fluctuations of space power. Therefore, they concluded that the proud smiling palace was here. Just as the two were about to attack, a dozen figures flew out from several corners and shouted, "Who are you? This place has been sealed. Quickly go around." These dozens of celestial masters and earthly kings were naturally from the proud smiling palace. The reason why they appeared here was because there was a transmission array nearby. They were the ones who took turns to guard this place. The transmission array's location was not allowed to be approached by outsiders. Just a few rats dare to shout? Go to hell. Shi Dao did not attack, but Zhang Kuang said faintly. He casually waved his hand, and a black light swept out. Chapter 834. The black light was like a surging black fog. In the darkness of the night, no one could detect it. The dozen people from the proud smiling palace only felt a gust of wind. Then, a dozen heads flew away, and a dozen corpses fell from the sky. Inside the proud smiling palace, a few people immediately noticed the disturbance outside. Han Kai hurriedly rushed out of his room, his old eyes exuding a thick sharp light. Mad Tooth also rushed out of his room, his old eyes exuding a strong sense of hostility. Everyone be on guard. Enemies are coming. Mad Tooth had already sensed the energy fluctuation of the same attribute as himself. He was sure that the intruders were from the Black Demon sect. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying rumbling sound rang out. Everyone in the proud smiling palace noticed that the space above them was fluctuating. But after the fluctuation, everything returned to normal. Shi Dao and Zhang Kuang, who were outside the proud smiling palace, were shocked. Shi Dao's attack was launched by Shi Dao. He was a low-level saint, but he could not break the space restriction. It was beyond his expectation. Master Ju said that Crazy Ol should only be a novice saint, and their biggest reliance here should be a middle-stage 8th-level Scorching Tiger. But even if a spiritual beast transforms, it can't use the power of space. Could it be that there are other saints here? Shi Dao said worriedly. Normally, the sturdier a space inhibition spell was, the more powerful the person who made it was. Even Shi Dao couldn't break the space inhibition spell. Didn't it mean that the person who made it was more powerful than him? That was why Shi Dao had such a guess. No matter what, we are here. They are aware of it. I don't believe that we can't break the space. Zhang Kuang said confidently. The two of them didn't hesitate and unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. The space in this area was affected and fluctuated incessantly. The terrifying black light smashed down like a part of the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone in the Laughing Palace was panicking. The earth was shaking, and the mountains were shaking. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The terrifying sound made them feel like it was the end of the world. What's going on? Could it be that our palace gate is going to be destroyed? That's impossible. This is a restriction set up by our sect protector elder. No matter how strong they are, they can't break it. Everyone, don't panic. Prepare to go out and meet the enemy. That's right. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. With the palace master here, we'll be unstoppable. With the palace master here, we'll be invincible. Every member of the Smiling Palace had to go through layers of tests of loyalty before they could join the sect. Now that the Smiling Palace had just been founded, the first incident had happened. It was a real crisis, and their loyalty was stimulated at this moment. Their worship of Ling Xiao had already reached a blind state, and they would definitely not shrink just because of a single attack. Outside the proud Smiling Palace, Shi Dao and Zhang Kuang were still bombarding the palace with spatial energy. However, they still hadn't destroyed the spatial restriction. Waves were surging in their hearts. If the two of them attacked together, even a spatial restriction set up by an ordinary mid-level saint would be destroyed. However, they still couldn't see what was happening inside the spatial restriction, which meant that the spatial restriction hadn't been destroyed yet. They couldn't help but think. Who was the one who set up the spatial restriction? Could it be that there's a peak mid-level saint or a high-level saint in this small force? How dare you? How dare you destroy our proud Smiling Palace? Mad Tooth's crazed voice sounded out. The people of the proud Smiling Palace rushed out of the transmission array. Mad Tooth was the first one to rush towards Shi Dao and Zhang Kuang. He worshipped Ling Xiao as his master, and regarded the proud Smiling Palace as his home. Now that someone had come to bully him, he was extremely angry. He wanted to kill and drink blood to vent the hatred in his heart. Mad Tooth didn't care who it was. He immediately attacked Shi Dao and Zhang Kuang. Two giant mad demons passed through the space and roared towards the two. Their powerful energy was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Shi Dao and Zhang Kuang couldn't help but stop their attacks. They turned around and attacked the two mad demons at the same time. Powerful energy fluctuations shook the surrounding space, causing it to churn endlessly. If other cultivators were to approach, they would probably be minced into pieces by the power of space. After the energy waves dissipated, Shi Dao didn't move an inch, but Zhang Kuang retreated quite a bit. From this, it could be seen that Shi Dao's strength was already above Mad Tooth's. Zhang Kuang might be a bit weaker than Mad Tooth, but he was in a hurry. If they really fought, the odds of victory were 50-50. TSK, it really is you, old Mad Tooth. Shi Dao stared at Mad Tooth with a murderous look. Mad Tooth's appearance had changed a lot. There weren't many people who could recognize him. Now that someone recognized him, he looked at the other party in surprise. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Shi Dao, I didn't expect it to be you. Haha, I didn't expect you to be able to recognize me. Not bad, not bad. We brothers haven't seen each other for thousands of years. I didn't expect you to turn back into a human. You're really lucky. Shi Dao sneered at Mad Tooth. Shi Dao also knew that Mad Tooth was fed the Mad Demon pill. He was the one who suggested this idea to Black Demon. He really didn't expect Mad Tooth to benefit from a disaster and become a sage. It was really out of his expectations. Mad Tooth's face was gloomy as he said, "You traitor. Today, I'll tear you into pieces." Mad Tooth hated anyone who betrayed Savage Leopard. Now that he met his enemy, he was filled with hatred. The dozens of 10 millennia frigid iron chains on Mad Tooth's body suddenly extended out. They were like an 8-clawed spider, waving their claws. Every 10 millennia frigid iron chain was extremely hard. They swept towards Shi Dao and Zhang Kuang like the wind and lightning. Swoosh swoosh. The 10 millennia frigid iron chain made a piercing sound as it swept through the air. You actually have the guts to fight two at once. But you don't have the qualifications. Let me send you to see the old sect leader. I believe he misses you a lot down there. Go and accompany him. Shi Dao shouted with disdain. A ghost axe appeared in his hand. He waved the ghost axe and brought out rays of black blade aura to block the 10 millennia frigid iron chain. While Shi Dao and Mad Tooth were fighting, Zhang Kuang didn't stay idle. He had already noticed that the people of Black Demon Sect were fighting with the people of Proud Smiling Palace. "Old Shi, you kill him first. I'll go and help those kids," Zhang Kuang said as he turned into a black shadow and flew towards the people they brought. Unfortunately, before he could reach them, Ana's figure appeared in front of him. A faint fragrance wafted in the air. This beautiful figure was Feng Qingyuan, who was still in Proud Smiling Palace. When Zhang Kuang saw Feng Qingyuan, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Following that, his old eyes emitted traces of emotion because he felt that he could not see through the woman standing in front of him. Furthermore, she gave him a feeling of fear. "Kill yourself so that you don't dirty my hands." Feng Qingyuan spoke with an indifferent expression on his face, and then a strand of the energy of a saint gradually arose from him. The surroundings immediately became chaotic. The trees and flowers in the vicinity were uprooted. Zhang Kuang retreated 100 meters. His face was filled with shock. Middle-level saint. Could you be Feng Qingyuan from the Feng clan? Feng Qingyuan was an ancestor of the Feng clan. She was a rare female expert among the older generation. She caused the wind in the surroundings to surge. From her wind attribute, Zhang Kuang searched for relevant information in his mind. Only Feng Qingyuan from the Feng clan had such ability. However, he didn't understand why Feng Qingyuan would appear here. Furthermore, her strength was even stronger than he had imagined. He couldn't help but be moved by this. "Since you know my name, why aren't you killing yourself? Do you really want me to do it?" Feng Qingyuan shouted. It had to be said that Feng Qingyuan looked delicate. However, she displayed a powerful and domineering aura. It was extremely oppressive. "Feng Qingyuan, why does your Feng clan want to get involved? Aren't you afraid of our Black Demon Sect's revenge?" Zhang Kuang didn't dare to act rashly. He knew that the Feng clan was incomparably fast. If they fought, he would lose more than he would win. He could only use the name of the Feng clan to suppress Feng Qingyuan, and hope that she would be tactful. So what if it's the Black Demon Sect? As long as I kill all of you, the Black Demon Sect might not know who did it. Feng Qingyuan said. Don't think that you can defeat me." Zhang Kuang knew that Feng Qingyuan was going to interfere. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He snorted coldly and summoned his spirit beast. This was a two-headed night hound. Its entire body was black, and there wasn't a single strand of hair on its head. Its two heads revealed its bloodthirsty fangs. Streams of greedy saliva flowed out from the tip of its tongue. Its 4 eyes were filled with a sinister intent. Not all spirit beasts that reached rank 8 liked to transform into human form. For example, the two-headed night hound was one of the spirit beasts that didn't like to transform. They felt that it was better to be in their original form. "Night hound, help me kill this woman," Zhang Kuang shouted. At the same time, a pair of sickles appeared in his hands. Swoosh swoosh. Zhang Kuang made the first move. The pair of sickles continuously intertwined with an intense attribute light. In an instant, they broke through the space and arrived in front of Feng Qingyuan. The sickles were about to land on Feng Qingyuan's body. Unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. Zhang Kuang had already expected that Feng Qingyuan wouldn't fall for his attack so easily. The night hound beside him was born with a keen sense of smell. It instantly sensed Feng Qingyuan's direction and pounced forward. How insensible. You forced this saint to make a move. Feng Qingyuan was slightly annoyed. She finally made her move. Torrential hurricane. Beside her, a huge hurricane appeared. It was like a roaring tsunami. It gave people a sense of fear as if a natural disaster was descending. Chapter 835. Feng Qingyuan was regarded as a key figure of the Feng clan since she was young. She did not disappoint the clan's expectations. Not only did she advance quickly, her battle prowess was also extraordinary. However, no matter who it was, the higher one's strength was, the greater the need for accumulation and comprehension of heaven and earth. Their speed of advancement would definitely slow down. In fact, when Ling Xiao met Feng Qingyuan in the Feng clan, she was only a low-level saint. She had not reached the mid-level saint realm yet. The reason why she was able to enter the next stage in just a few short years was because she had been a saint for quite some time, and the accumulated power was already relatively thick. In addition, she had spent some time with the evil emperor, so the evil emperor naturally used some of the treasures from the heavenly realm to help her increase her strength. With her current strength, it was more than enough to deal with Zhang Kuang and his two-headed night hound. The battle between the two saints was earth-shattering, shaking the surrounding space to the point of collapsing. Fortunately, they gradually moved away from the vicinity of the proud smiling palace, and did not affect it too much. As the palace master, Ling Xiao had already led the majority of the proud smiling palace's people out of the transmission array. They were attacked right after the opening ceremony. They definitely had to fight back beautifully in order to establish the prestige of the proud smiling palace. The reason why Han Kai did not immediately participate in the Battle of the Saints was because he had to stay by Ling Xiao's side. He did not want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. The most important thing was that Feng Qingyuan had made a move. Han Kai felt that there was no need for him to reveal his old bones for now. It was better to wait for the critical moment to deal a fatal blow. Ling Xiao brought a total of 3,000 people to fight. The rest who were not strong enough remained in the palace. After he came out of the transmission array, he immediately sensed many hidden auras. Although the auras were weak, they could not escape the senses of his mental strength and his divine sense. Elder Han, leave the battle to us. Only through battle will they grow. You just need to guard the palace gate and prevent it from being destroyed, Ling Xiao whispered to Han Kai. People who joined the Laughing Palace, except for his own people, hadn't been through many life and death battles. Ling Xiao wouldn't protect them at all times just because they might die in battle. He had always believed that only in battles of life and death would one gradually become stronger, and only then would one be able to see a person's true nature. Han Kai naturally guessed Ling Xiao's thoughts. He immediately nodded and disappeared into the night. He did not leave this place. Instead, he was constantly monitoring the situation of the battle. If anything bad were to happen, he would definitely act immediately. A golden dragon-shaped spear appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and the power around him began to rise. At the same time, a majestic golden wolf king appeared beside him. Follow me and kill our enemies. No matter who they are, we'll use their blood as a sacrifice to the proud Laughing Palace. Ling Xiao shook his arm and shouted loudly. Then he took the lead and rushed towards the 5,000 people of the Black Demon sect. Yi Yunfeng shouted, "Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud Laughing Palace. Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud Laughing Palace. Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud Laughing Palace." The people of the proud Laughing Palace were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. One by one, they shouted loudly and followed Ling Xiao to kill the enemies. Night Wolf, Eagle King, and the others who were hiding in the front noticed this immediately. Night Wolf's eyes flashed with a cold light. He shook the wolf fang in his hand and shouted, "Get ready to kill the enemies. Let's bathe the proud Laughing Palace in blood." As his voice faded away, the people behind him began to release their chi and blood. Owls and owls also began to scream. All of a sudden, a great battle broke out at this moment. There were more than 3,000 people of the proud Laughing Palace, and more than 3,000 spiritual beasts. They all attacked with different attributes. Golden Qi, Fire Qi, Water Qi, Hail Qi. These attacks erupted at the same time, and it instantly blasted this area of the heavens and the earth to the point of trembling. The mountains, trees, spirit flowers, and rare herbs in this mountain range were all blasted into powder. At the same time, a black screen rose up in front of them and blocked all the attacks. Boom! Boom! The terrible sound of the battle resounded through the sky. Colorful elemental energies splashed everywhere. The Wolf Eagle Dark Guards deserved to be called the strongest combat legion of the Black Demon sect. They were well trained in fighting. Their defensive and offensive skills were also seamless. Therefore, they were able to block all the attacks of the people of the proud Smiling Palace. The next moment, they attacked at the same time. Dark elemental attacks were very corrosive. Moreover, it was nighttime, so their attacks were very strange and difficult to distinguish. Some of the people of the proud Laughing Palace who were in the front were immediately stopped by the powerful attacks. The incessant blood-curdling screams immediately rang out. Ling Xiao, who was at the very front, was also shocked by the huge amount of energy that was blasted out at the same time. It was too late for him to dodge. After all, the range of the energy attack of 5,000 people at the same time was quite wide. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it as he raised his defense to the maximum. When the wave of attacks was over, Ling Xiao looked a little embarrassed. However, he had the glazed dragon scale armor, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Around him, a dozen people had fallen, and dozens more had been injured. Ling Xiao was shocked. He realized that the power of a team battle was even more terrifying. However, the battle had already begun. They did not have time to practice team battles. Everyone split up. Every 500 people will form a group. Besiege them. Xian Yao, who was sitting at the back, commanded calmly. As long as the number of people split up, the Black Demon Sect's attack would no longer be in a single direction. This was something that Xian Yao could see very clearly. When everyone heard Xian Yao's command, they immediately split up. Each group was led by a mystic Tharch-ranked powerhouse, and they attacked the Black Demon Sect. Yi Lang's face lit up with excitement. He ordered again. Everyone attack. Kill them all. The Wolf Hawk Shadow Guards were all trained by him. Their combat power was amazing. Whether it was a team battle or a single battle, their abilities were incomparable to ordinary martial artists. Moreover, they had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Yi Lang firmly believed that they would win this battle. The proud Smiling Palace would become the fastest sect to be destroyed in history. After Yi Lang gave his order, the Eagle King was the first to rush out. Yi Lang knew that the Eagle King had a history with the proud Smiling Palace, so he did not care too much. It did not matter to him how he killed. The Eagle King rushed towards Ling Xiao. He had seen Ling Xiao before. Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on him. He wanted to personally take Ling Xiao's head. Little dog Ling, you dare to steal the crystal mine of our Black Demon sect? Wait for me to take your life. The Eagle King shouted. Then a pair of hooks appeared in his hands and rushed towards Ling Xiao to grab him. Ling Xiao was not afraid of the Eagle King. He shouted disdainfully, "So what if you are from the Black Demon sect? Sooner or later, I will kill you all." Ling Xiao did not give the Eagle King any chance to use his full strength. This was a battle of life and death. He had already used his mental energy. The formless golden dragon spear shot towards the Eagle King's consciousness. Ah! Before the Eagle King could attack Ling Xiao, he felt a pain in his head. He could not help but scream. Ling Xiao had just suffered a loss. Now he wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. He did not hesitate. He no longer wanted to take the Eagle King under his command. The golden dragon spear in his hand pierced the Eagle King's heart. It pierced through the half-tier saint artifact armor and crushed his heart. The Eagle King did not understand how he died just like that. He was a low-tier peak stage mystic Tharch. He was not even a match for a high-level heavenly venerate. Would anyone believe this? Ling Xiao casually flipped the Eagle King's body and shouted, "Those who offend the proud Smiling Palace shall die." Wushang Ling Zhao's imperial aura erupted, and the Dragon Clan's heavenly been divine art was also fully unleashed at this moment. shaking the eardrums of the wolf-hawk shadow guards in front of them. Ling Xiao seized this opportunity to unleash a massacre with his golden dragon spear in hand. The tyrant dragon spear art was so powerful. Ling Xiao was using his full strength. Although the wolf-eagle secret guards were powerful, they could not withstand a mystic Thearcha's attack. In just 1 or 2 moves, dozens of the wolf-eagle secret guards were killed by Ling Xiao. The Black Demon sect immediately realized how powerful Ling Xiao was. One of the mystic Thearchs immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. Yi Lang, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that this child is that Ling Xiao? Before going to the proud smiling palace, Night Wolf had already asked people to collect information about the proud smiling palace. Someone had already described Ling Xiao's appearance. Thus, he was able to determine Ling Xiao's identity. It's good that you know how powerful my young master is. How dare you offend the proud smiling palace? You must be tired of living. A voice rang out from behind Night Wolf, and a thick killing intent enveloped him. Night Wolf's hair stood on end. He had always been a cautious person. He had been sensing the aura around him. Unexpectedly, he did not notice that someone was approaching him from behind. Without a second thought, he swung the mace in his hand at Yi Shiwen. The black saber aura clashed with the mace, producing a series of explosions. Night Wolf was forced to retreat 100 meters away. The blood in his body was surging. He thought to himself, "Is there a traitor?" The sneak attacker did not succeed in his first move. He blasted out a series of powerful saber auras. The attack caused everything around him to fly up. The ground was cut with countless saber marks. Night Wolf shouted and went forward. He swung the mace with the same powerful black attribute attack. The sneak attacker was also of the dark attribute. It was no wonder that Night Wolf thought it was a traitor. The sneak attacker was Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard was already a middle-stage mystic Tharch. He cultivated the Devil Saber 8 forms. His combat strength was extraordinary. Night Wolf was Black Demon's disciple. He entered the middle-stage mystic Tharch earlier than Savage Leopard. The battle between the two was quite intense. Every move was aimed at the opponent's vital points. Chapter 836. The strength of the proud smiling palace was already comparable to that of a third-grade sect. The strongest among them was Han Kai, who had never fought before, a high-level saint, followed by Mad Tooth, a low-level saint, followed by Granny Dark Wind, a half-saint, followed by Zhu Yuanxiu, Gung Hong, Song Minghua, and Leng Zheng, who were high-level Xian emperors. Cruel Leopard, Fang Chen, Luoyu, Guanchang, and Du Tai were mid-level Xian emperors. Lu Kun Wufu, Yang Xianfeng Wang Teng, and Lu Yang were low-level Xian emperors. There were 3 saints, 14 emperors, hundreds of holy masters, and many Earth King and King stage Xian emperors. The strength of the proud smiling palace was indeed not inferior to that of a third-grade sect. However, the area under the control of the proud smiling palace was still very small, and there were not many affiliated forces. Compared to the 18 forces, it was not worth mentioning. If the proud smiling palace wanted to be a third-grade sect, it first had to occupy more territory and gather more affiliated forces. With strength comparable to a third-grade sect, it was not easy to destroy it. The people of the Black Demon sect had already overestimated the strength of the proud smiling palace, but they found that their so-called overestimation was actually an underestimation in the face of reality. Among Yi Lang's group, besides the 2 saints, there were 18 Xian emperors, ranging from low-level to high-level. However, they only had 3 high-level Xian emperors, 5 mid-level Xian emperors, and 10 low-level Xian emperors. Yi Lang felt that with such strength, it would only be a matter of seconds to destroy the proud smiling palace. However, he never expected that the saints he had just brought would not be able to destroy the space restriction of the proud smiling palace, and that the enemy's forces would come out. It was not a big deal to fight their way out, and he felt that everything was still under control. However, when the people of the proud smiling palace showed their strength, he knew that this trip would not be too smooth. He had been watching the situation of the battle, and didn't expect to be attacked by a super master who had the same dark attribute as him. Of course, he didn't know that the person he was fighting with was his master ancestor. Now that he was fighting with Cruel Leopard, He was actually killing his master ancestor. However, the people of the Black Demon sect had always been merciless and ruthless. Why would they care about such morals? While the Night Wolf and the Savage Leopard were fighting, the battles in other areas were also very intense. After Granny Hellwind was captured by Ling Xiao, she would definitely be placed in the Smiling Palace. She was once the Jade Assassin of Sha Tian's organization. Her name struck terror in people's hearts, and her killing methods were extremely terrifying. She was like a ghost harvesting lives. Her figure kept floating, and the Wolf-Eagle Shadow Guards lost their lives in her hands. She was decisive in killing. Every time she attacked, 6 or 7 people would explode. The 2 strongest mystic thearchs of the Black Demon sect were also aware of this situation. The 2 of them deduced a large amount of world power at the same time and attacked Granny Hellwind. Both of them were peak-stage mystic thearchs. If they worked together, they could delay Granny Netherwind for now. However, they basically had no chance of winning. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. With Granny Hellwind's interference, the other members of the Haughty Smile Palace had more room to fight. The mystic thearchs fought against each other. Other than Wang Teng, who stayed in Wind Cloud City, there were 13 other mystic thearchs from the Haughty Smile Palace. There were 4 high-level mystic thearchs, and 2 of them were assassins. Their combat power was self-evident. Moreover, although Lu Su was a low-level mystic thearch, he had the strength to fight above his level. In order to become Ling Xiao's confidant as soon as possible and be put in an important position by Ling Xiao, he fought with all his strength from the beginning. When everyone saw Lu Su's strength, they were all shocked. Only now did they know that the young man who was recruited by the main palace had such abnormal combat power. The Haughty Smile Palace had the upper hand against the mystic thearchs, but the Haughty Smile Palace was at a disadvantage. After all, the Black Demon sect had 5,000 people, and the Haughty Smile Palace only had 3,000 elites. There was a difference in numbers, and of course the Haughty Smile Palace was at a disadvantage. However, it was not a one-sided situation. There were a few people in the Haughty Smile Palace who were equally terrifying. Apart from Ling Xiao, the strength of his wife, Feng Xianyun, had long been proven. She was a high-level celestial master, had the power of an emperor-class world, and cultivated the heavenly venomous technique. Once she used all her strength, the lethality was definitely not weaker than that of an ordinary mystic thearch. Next was Ji Beixin. She had been trained by Feng Qingyuan in the Feng family. Her invisible sound wave attacks were even more difficult to defend against. The chilly wind and murderous aura were even more pervasive, corroding the enemy. When people wanted to get close to her and kill her, she used her unparalleled speed to avoid them. This made the people of the Black Demon sect hate her, but they could not do anything about it. Yi Yunfeng's battle prowess wasn't weak either. Although his world power was ordinary, he could increase his battle prowess by 5 times. He had the battle prowess of an ordinary high-level heavenly venerate. He had also experienced the Imperial Roll battle, so his killing methods were extremely powerful. The other people were peak celestial masters who were recruited. They came from mercenary groups, and their cultivation was through killing. Their combat power was also extraordinary. With these people with superior combat power, the Wolf Hawk Secret Guards could not defeat the people of the Haughty Smile Palace. The Wolf Hawk Secret Guards were good at joint attacks, but it did not mean that they were not strong individually. The owls were the tyrants of the sky. Thousands of owls were the biggest trouble for the people of the Haughty Smile Palace. They were extremely fast, and their attack power was also very strong. The spirit beasts of the people of the Haughty Smile Palace were different. Some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and some swam in the water. They could not form a unified battle, and many spirit beasts became food for the owls. The sound of the battle was endless, and all kinds of attribute attacks were dazzling. Countless blood began to spill over thousands of miles. As the palace lord of the Haughty Smile Palace, Ling Xiao used all his strength to kill the people of the Black Demon sect. His mental strength was everywhere. Once an opponent was targeted by him, they could not fight back and were immediately killed by him. Ling Xiao also knew that his people were a little less, and he was at a disadvantage overall. He had to speed up his killing methods. His figure was like the wind and lightning. While deducing the power of his world, he constantly waved the golden dragon's spear. He had the aura of a ruler, and the aura of a ruler was becoming more and more solid. Many of the Wolf Hawk secret guards died under Ling Zhao's golden dragon spear. At this time, 2 Black Demon Sect Xian emperors simultaneously called out to Ling Xiao. From the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed, they did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that their sect master's favorite disciple, the Eagle King, and another low-level Xian emperor companion were all killed by Ling Zhao's spear. Of the 2 of them, one was a low-level peak Xian emperor, and the other was a mid-level Xian emperor. For them to attack a high-level celestial master at the same time, it could be said that they were taking it very seriously. If others were to see this, they would think that it was too much of a bully. However, if they knew who Ling Xiao was, they would not think so. Ling Xiao faced the attacks of the 2 and smiled coldly. So what if you are a Xian emperor? I will let you have a taste of the power of the death qi. After saying that, Ling Zhao's power of his world changed greatly. The flowers and trees withered at the same time, and a black hurricane began to roll towards the 2. The 2 did not think much and continued to attack Ling Xiao with all their strength. However, when they approached the black energy, they only felt that their dark protection force was corroding at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the life energy in their bodies was also dissipating very quickly. The 2 were immediately shocked. Without thinking, they immediately deduced the power of their world and expelled the death qi. However, when their dark world energy appeared, Ling Xiao changed his move again. Countless flames burned towards them at the same time. The heavenly fire, and even the fire of Yang were the nemesis of all evil forces. The 2 mystic thearchs were in dire straits. Just as they were overwhelmed, their heads started to hurt again. That feeling was as if something had barged into their spiritual realms, causing their spiritual seas to tremble uncontrollably. Their spiritual realm was damaged, and the power of their world immediately disappeared. The purple flames immediately burned their bodies. They could only let out a blood-curdling scream before they were burned to ashes alive. Ling Xiao glanced at them with disdain, and continued to kill the people of the Black Demon Sect. It did not take long for Granny Mingfeng to kill the 2 peak stage Xian thearchs. The situation changed again, and the proud smiling palace began to gain the upper hand. As the leader this time, Night Wolf was being suppressed by the cruel leopard. He realized that the aura of the cruel leopard was actually familiar to him, but he was very unfamiliar with the cruel leopard. Fortunately, the mace in his hand was not an ordinary item. It was a low-grade saint artifact, which increased his combat power a lot. It was enough to fight with the cruel leopard for a long time without being defeated. However, when he realized that the aura of his people was decreasing, he was a little confused. At the moment when he was distracted, the cruel leopard took advantage of the opportunity to attack Night Wolf. Night Wolf's figure was smashed far away, and the cruel leopard took advantage of the situation to chase after him. Saber auras that could destroy mountains and break rivers smashed toward Night Wolf's direction. Die. In the future, I will take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands. The cruel leopard roared. The Black Demon Sect was founded by him. Now under the leadership of his unfilial disciple, it had become one of the 18 major forces, and its ranking was very high. Thinking of this, he had a belief that he wanted to take back the Black Demon Sect. However, he wanted to destroy the Black Demon Sect or pull it under his young master's command. Only then could he let go of the hatred in his heart. After a wave of attacks from the cruel leopard, Night Wolf was forced into a difficult situation. Fortunately, the injuries on his body were not fatal, and his combat power was still there. He retreated far away. The cruel leopard thought that he was going to escape, and immediately shouted, "Didn't you come to destroy the proud smiling palace? Why do you want to escape now?" Night Wolf revealed a sinister smile and said, "I wanted to wait for your rank 8 spirit beast to appear, and then let you feel despair. Now it seems that it is necessary to let you know the true strength of the Black Demon Sect in advance." As his voice fell, an imposing figure appeared beside him. Chapter 837. This figure was like an iron tower, hard and full of explosiveness. Every muscle on his body was bulging, and blue veins were popping out. On top of his head, there were 2 pairs of curved horns. One pair was more prominent and the other pair was much smaller, and not very obvious. Looking at his rough appearance, he looked like a savage. His face was covered with long black whiskers, and even his eyebrows were long. His nose and eyes were relatively large, and from time to time, his nose exuded a thick and strange aura. Lord Devil Bull, everything here depends on you, Night Wolf said to the person in front of him with a somewhat respectful expression. This person was not a real human, but an 8th-level transformed 4-horned devil bull. It was the most powerful weapon that Night Wolf had brought out of the Black Demon sect. When the 4-horned devil bull appeared, the cruel leopard's blade also fell in front of Night Wolf. The 4-horned devil bull raised its eyes and sniffed a few times. Achoo! A snorting sound was heard. This snorting sound was not an ordinary snorting sound. It was as frightening as thunder and lightning. As the sound of snorting fell, the whole world began to tremble. The powerful aura from the bull's nose sprayed towards the cruel leopard's attack. All of a sudden, the cruel leopard's powerful saber aura was completely disintegrated in an instant. The cruel leopard also felt a terrifying energy rushing towards him. The cruel leopard didn't think about it, but the energy was too terrible. He only felt as if his chest had been hit by a 10,000-pound boulder. His whole body flew far away, and a fountain of blood splashed out. The moment the cruel leopard fell heavily on the ground, he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. His chest had caved in, and the bones in his chest had been broken. His internal organs were also constantly oozing blood. He wanted to stand up again, but his head turned black, and his whole body fainted. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. As the powerful snorting sound fell, everyone who was fighting was shocked, and looked towards the direction of the sound. Night Wolf's face revealed a proud expression. Secret guards, come over. I want to see what the proud smiling palace has to do with us. They are really seeking death. The people of the Black Demon sect swept towards the Ye Wolves as his voice faded. 2/3 of the 5,000 Wolf Eagle Shadow Guards had been killed, and 700 to 800 people had died near the Laughing Palace. The Black Demon sect had brought a total of 18 Xian Emperors, but 2/3 of them were killed. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. On the side of the proud smiling palace, only 3 Xian Emperors were seriously injured. After all, Granny Mingfeng had already killed the 2 strongest Xian Emperors of the Black Demon sect. The few high-level Xian Emperors of the proud smiling palace were enough to block the other Xian Emperors of the Black Demon sect. Other than Savage Leopard, the 3 who were heavily injured were the weakest, Lu Kun and Wu Fu. If not for Song Minghua's protection, they would have already met the King of Hell. In this battle, the proud smiling palace had gained a lot of advantages. If it weren't for Ling Xiao and Granny Hellwind, the proud laughing palace wouldn't have been able to achieve such a result. The people of the Black Demon sect and the proud smiling palace had gathered together. Ling Xiao also noticed that his people had suffered heavy losses. He thought to himself, this is the price we have to pay. Ling Xiao wanted to see the loyalty of the people of the proud smiling palace. He also wanted to see what kind of mentality they would have in the face of a life and death battle. He wanted to know if some of them would run away. Now that he had an understanding of them, he did not intend to let them prove anything. After all, if they continued to exhaust themselves like this, then their newly established sect would not even have the foundation and strength. What was the point of becoming a bald palace lord? Ling Zhao's eyes fell on the Ye Wolves and the 4-horned demon cow. Ling Zhao's eyelids twitched, and he shouted, 8th grade spirit beast. Although the 4-horned demon cow had transformed, its characteristics were still very different from that of a real human. Its 2 pairs of demon horns were the best proof. Lord Demonic Bull, please kill all of them. Night Wolf respectfully said to the 4-horned demonic bull. The 4-horned demon bull's eyes were filled with disdain, and it raised its head high as it spoke in a boorish voice. Brat, you actually want this bull king to personally deal with these lowly humans? You're really looking down on this bull king. The 4-horned demon cow obviously looked down on Ling Xiao and the others. It didn't want to make a move, and it was very dissatisfied with Ye Wolves. Night Wolf said anxiously, Lord Demonic Bull, my master said that you have an Earth Flame Tiger King here, and its strength is not much weaker than Lord's. As long as Lord Demonic Bull makes a move, that Earth Flame Tiger King will definitely appear. What the hell? How dare you compare that annoying tiger to me? How dare it? The four-horned demon cow had a bad temper. It couldn't bear to hear the flaming tiger compared to it. It roared, lifted its foot, and stomped on the ground. Bang! The four-horned demon cow's foot was very terrifying. It stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, spreading toward Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others were shocked, and they immediately leaped up. They looked at the huge crack on the ground that was 100 meters long from midair. Everyone's heart sank. There was no lack of experts among them, and they could also create such destructive power through their magical powers. However, no one could create such destructive power with just a stomp like the four-horned demon cow did. Young master, this person should be a spirit beast in human form. It's too scary. Yi Yunfeng said worriedly as he attached himself to Ling Xiao. Xian Yao also echoed. It seems that the Black Demon sect is determined to destroy our proud smiling palace. This guy's power is not small. I'm afraid his strength is also very terrifying. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Ling Xiao's realm was not high enough, but from the various performances of the four-horned demon cow, his strength was probably not inferior to that of the flaming tiger. In fact, he might even be a lot stronger. Only Han Kai would be able to deal with such an existence. We naturally think that Lord Demon Cow is the strongest, but these people don't think so. Look, they are not running away. Obviously, they are not afraid of you. Yi Lang knew that the four-horned demon cow was simple-minded, so he tried to provoke it again. Bullshit. Watch me kill them all, and let them know how powerful I am. The four-horned demon cow was furious again, and its figure flashed. No one saw its figure, but it appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others in the blink of an eye. A huge black fist came crashing down toward Ling Xiao and the others. The terrifying momentum made people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Facing the mountain-like fist, no one could react. When the fist came crashing down in front of them, they all wanted to close their eyes and wait for death. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Numerous feather-like wind blades attacked like a torrential storm, slicing the huge black fist into countless fragments. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment of the countless feathers, the black fist finally dissipated. However, the collision of the two terrifying energies still affected Ling Xiao and the others. Many of them let out blood-curdling screams. Those who were slightly weaker directly died, while many others were more or less injured. Ling Xiao's reaction was the fastest. When the feathers came into contact with the black fist, he had already deduced the power of his world. Wood attribute energy formed countless trees in front of everyone behind him. His defense was considered strong among those of the same rank, but it was nothing in the face of a collision of energy between 8th rank spirit beasts. Ling Xiao was affected the most by the energy. He had done this to protect the women behind him, as well as Xian Yao and Yi Yunfeng, so that they would not suffer too much damage. Like a cannonball, he was blasted far away by the energy. The glazed dragon scale armor on his body cracked, and blood flowed out from many parts of his body. Husband. Ling Xiao's women cried out in shock and immediately rushed towards the direction where Ling Xiao had been sent flying. However, before they could get close, Ling Xiao had already been saved by someone else. Xiao, are you alright? The person who had caught Ling Xiao was Feng Qingyuan. Beneath her feet was a rare white phoenix. Other than the blood-red crown feather on its head, the feathers on its body were as white as snow, soft and smooth. Its most beautiful part was its tail, which was curled up like a fan of feathers. It was strangely beautiful. The white phoenix belonged to the bloodline of the divine beast, the phoenix. Spirit beasts that could be related to the divine beast were all extraordinary. If there was a chance in the future, it could definitely evolve into the divine beast phoenix. The giant black fist just now was destroyed by this white Fenghuan. This white phoenix was already in the middle of the 8th rank. It did not transform because it had helped Feng Qingyuan to kill Zhang Kuang, and his two-headed nighthound of the Black Demon sect. Feng Qingyuan had wanted to help Mad Tooth kill the other saint of the Black Demon sect. However, she had just received news of what happened to Ling Xiao, so she hurried over. It was fortunate that she had arrived earlier, otherwise Ling Xiao and the others would have been in trouble. Of course, she did not know that Han Kai had been watching. Even if she had not arrived, Han Kai would have taken action immediately. Master's wife, don't worry, Xiao's life is very tough. Ling Xiao laid in Feng Qingyuan's arms and felt a soft and comfortable feeling. The fragrance made him a little moved. However, when he remembered that she was his master's wife, he immediately struggled to stand up from Feng Qingyuan's arms and responded. However, the energy collision between the two great 8th-rank spirit beasts was not ordinary. His body had already suffered quite a bit of damage. He had just struggled a little when he fell weakly into Feng Qingyuan's arms. You only know how to show off. Feng Qingyuan scolded Ling Xiao and fed a pill to Ling Xiao with heartache. Ling Xiao was the only disciple of the evil emperor. Feng Qingyuan also treated Ling Xiao as her own disciple. She would not have any distracting thoughts. Ling Xiao swallowed the pill and muttered in his heart, "She is my master's wife. She is my master's wife. It doesn't matter if I am hugged by her." Damned feathered beast. How dare you obstruct this king? You are courting death. The four-horned demon bull looked at Bai Fengwan, and its nostrils flared with a vicious aura. It roared and charged at Bai Fengwan. Chapter 838. Master, the bull is coming. White Fengwan reminded Feng Qingyuan. Little Feng, go deal with it first. I'll help you later. Feng Qingyuan carried Ling Xiao and flew away, letting White Fengwan deal with the four-horned demon bull. White Fengwan let out a loud cry and rushed towards the four-horned demon bull. Her wings kept flapping, and countless attacks bombarded the four-horned demon bull. Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to unleash her wind power, sweeping up all the people from the proud smiling palace, bringing them far away from this place to prevent them from being affected. Pay attention to yourselves. That cow is very powerful. I'll go back and help little Feng. Feng Qingyuan handed Ling Xiao over to the girls, and then hurriedly returned to his original place to help Bai Fengwan. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to heal at full speed. As the palace master, how could he run away? The people of the proud smiling palace were far away from the battlefield, but the sounds of the battle were still echoing in their ears. They were all lucky that they were brought away, or they would all be in trouble. Fortunately, Senior Feng helped us, or the consequences would be unimaginable. I didn't expect the Black Demon sect to really want to get rid of the proud smiling palace. They actually sent out so many peerless experts. Xian Yao sighed. Yeah, I wonder how Elder Mad Teeth is doing. Yi Yinfeng echoed. Don't worry, let's heal ourselves first and be ready for backup. Feng Xianyan said. Now that Ling Xiao was healing, Feng Xianyan was the palace master's wife, so her words were naturally responded to. Everyone took the pills and sat down to heal their injuries as fast as they could. Not long after, Ling Xiao had already bounced up from the ground. The girls around him were startled by his sudden appearance. Husband, how are you? The girls asked with concern. Ling Xiao replied, I'm much better. You guys stay here, I'm going to take a look. Although his complexion was a little pale, with the help of the ancient emperor's divine art, his strength had recovered about 50 to 60%, and he had some ability to protect himself. No, they're so strong. You won't be able to help them if you go. Instead, you'll distract Senior Feng from taking care of you. Feng Xianyan immediately stopped him. Ji Beixin also echoed, That's right, husband. I believe that aunt will be able to defeat that strange person very soon. Young master, you are now a palace master. You must not put yourself in danger. Xian Yao also advised. Ling Xiao replied seriously, I know you're worried about me, but don't worry. With Dragoness protecting me, no one can hurt me. As Ling Xiao's words fell, a blue true dragon soared into the sky. That 100-meter-long figure, that boundless dragon might, and that enormous aura caused the entire world to change color. The people of the proud smiling palace had never seen a real beast before. Now that they saw a real dragon in front of them, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. This is a true dragon divine beast. Palace. Palace Master actually has such a protective spirit beast? How is that possible? So the Palace Lord has never revealed his trump card all this time. It turns out that he has such a trump card to rely on. No wonder he doesn't care about the Gu family. This true dragon divine beast is so powerful. Our proud smiling palace will definitely win. That's right. The Palace Master is indeed as powerful as the sky. So what if it's the Black Demon sect? We'll definitely defeat them. The people of the proud smiling palace were all excited as they watched Ling Xiao ride away on the blue true dragon. Their hearts were filled with infinite expectations. Following such a powerful palace master had already made them feel that their future was boundless. Now suddenly, there was a true dragon mythological beast that only appeared once in 10,000 years. This made them even more determined to follow Ling Xiao. Lu Su's face twitched as he stood among the crowd. He roared in his heart, "How can this be? Isn't the true dragon divine beast extinct in the central region a long time ago? How can he have such a protective spirit beast?" Lu Su was now in the stage of forbearance. He felt that as long as he increased his strength as soon as possible, he would be able to replace Ling Xiao one day. However, after this battle, Ling Xiao's trump cards were revealed one by one. More than 10 mystic emperors for saints, and even a rank 8 divine beast were enough to move him and make him unwilling. If he wanted to betray Ling Xiao and replace Ling Xiao's position, it would be impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. With this understanding, Lu Su remained low-key and loyal for a long period of time. With the help of the Dragon Lady, Ling Xiao arrived above the battle between the four-horned demon bull, White Fenghuan, and Feng Qingyuan in a few blinks of an eye. The space around them was collapsing, and the heaven and earth were trembling nonstop. It was as if the sky could collapse at any time. Ling Xiao had the Dragon Lady's protective light barrier, and was not affected by the spatial energy. Ling Xiao wanted to see the situation of the battle clearly. However, with his current strength, how could he catch the speed of the battle between the absolute experts? Just as Ling Xiao was panicking, the sound of two powerful collisions rang out. Bang bang! All of a sudden, two figures flew out. At the same time, a rough voice rang out. "Haha, you lowly reptiles dare to behave atrociously in front of this bull king. You are truly overestimating yourself." The ones that flew out were the dyed Feng Qingyuan and White Fenghuan. Feng Qingyuan's hair was in a mess, and there was a lot of blood on her lips. She was breathing heavily, and it was obvious that she had used up a lot of energy. As for the White Fenghuan, a lot of its feathers had fallen off, and its snow-white body was stained with blood. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot in this battle. The four-horned demon horn had yet to transform back into its true form. It also had a human body, and a powerful aura surrounded its body. It stood there like an iron tower giant, unable to move. Master's wife and the others are actually not a match for this bull? Ling Xiao thought to himself in shock. When Feng Qingyuan attacked, Han Kai had already reminded Ling Xiao that Feng Qingyuan was already a middle-stage saint, and that White Fenghuan was probably not inferior to Feng Qingyuan. The fact that a man and a beast were unable to move this bull, even when attacking at the same time, was enough to show how powerful this bull was. Just as the four-horned demon cow was about to continue attacking Feng Qingyuan and White Fenghuan, it looked in Ling Xiao's direction. Suddenly, his bull-like eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly. Dragon Emperor. Feng Qingyuan and White Fenghuan also noticed the abnormality not far away, and their gazes landed on Ling Xiao and the blue true dragon. True dragon divine beast. Feng Qingyuan exclaimed in shock. White Fenghuan's body swayed slightly, and her arrogant head lowered quite a bit. Ling Xiao completely ignored their loss of color, and called for Dragon Girl to rush to Feng Qingyuan's side, asking with concern, "Mistress, are you all right?" Feng Qingyuan was already in a state of shock. He only stared at the true dragon in front of him, wanting to see if it was a real true dragon, or just a flood dragon. "Mistress, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked again. Only then did Feng Qingyuan come back to his senses and say, I'm fine. This is your protective spiritual beast?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "Dragon Girl and I are only best friends." He paused for a moment and said, "Mistress, I'll let Dragon Girl lend you a hand. Let's kill this bull first. Right. Deal with him first. He might have already reached the peak of the middle stage of the 8th step, and Little Feng and I are not his match. With Lord True Dragon's help, everything will be easy. Feng Qingyuan replied excitedly. No divine beast would easily come into being. They had long since opened up a new place to live. As a divine beast, they would definitely not easily follow a human unless they had their complete trust. Today Ling Xiao actually had such a true dragon. She was both surprised and happy in her heart. It was as if she could already see Ling Xiao becoming the new overlord of the central region in the future. He could even surpass his master and become an even more powerful legend. Dragon Girl, kill this cow for me, Ling Xiao said to the blue true dragon. The blue true dragon did not hesitate at all. With a swing of its tail, its huge body charged towards the four-horned demon cow. At the same time, it opened its mouth and roared. Roar. Dragon's Tenbin divine ability, Dragon Roar. The terrifying sound wave was 100 times more powerful than Ling Xiao's roar. The clouds and the air in the sky were shaken to the point of dispersing. The sound wave reverberated incessantly, and the Supreme Emperor's aura caused all the spiritual beasts within tens of thousands of miles to prostrate on the ground. The four-horned demon cow immediately retreated without hesitation. Although it was very powerful, its strength would be suppressed when facing a true beast emperor, causing its combat strength to decline. As it retreated, the sound of the dragon roar shook its body so much that it somersaulted dozens of times. Traces of blood appeared on its 5 orifices. Dragon Princess, don't force old cow. Old cow will leave now. The four-horned demon cow replied without any backbone as it fled. At this time, Feng Qingyuan and White Fenghuan reorganized their formation and chased after the four-horned demon cow. The four-horned demon cow was a peak-level mid-tier spiritual beast after all, so its speed was still very fast. It had already reverted to its true form, a black four-horned bull. It looked extremely comical as it flew through the sky. The blue true dragon had absorbed the dragon pearl. Although there was still a portion of the energy left, it had already reached the mid-tier of the 8th tier. As a divine beast, its speed was much faster than the four-horned demon cow. In a few blinks of an eye, the blue true dragon had caught up to the four-horned demon cow. Its massive body twisted, and its dragon tail ruthlessly swept the four-horned demon cow's body. Rumble. The body of the four-horned demon horn smashed heavily into the mountains below. Its body directly smashed several mountains into smithereens. However, the four-horned demon cow wouldn't die so easily. It let out a roar and flew up from the ground. It had decided to resist. It glared at the blue true dragon and charged over with its 4 hooves. Its 2 pairs of horns were like sacred weapons, piercing forward with a threatening edge. The blue true dragon was even more infuriated. Its majestic dragon might was actually provoked by this lowly low-grade spiritual beast. Its dragon head opened wide, and a wave of water erupted like a flood, shooting towards the four-horned demon cow. On the other side, White Fenghuan also let out a loud and clear cry. Feather attacks bombarded the four-horned demon cow continuously. Chapter 839. The four-horned demon cow was a peak mid-stage 8th step spirit beast, while the blue true dragon and the white phoenix Luan were both mid-stage 8th step spirit beasts. Logically speaking, with the four-horned demon cow's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 2 mid-stage 8th step spirit beasts at the same time. Nonetheless, these 2 spiritual beasts were unordinary beings. The blue true dragon had a genuine divine beast bloodline, and was the leader of the 9 great divine beasts. Its combat power was out of the ordinary, and it would not be afraid even if it encountered a spiritual beast that was a rank higher than it. On the other hand, the White Fenghuan also had the rare divine beast divine bloodline of the phoenix, which was a high-rank spiritual beast like the four-horned demon. However, just as the battle began, a situation occurred. The blue true dragon roared at the white phoenix Luan. "Go to the side, I can kill this ugly cow myself." The divine beast had an inviolable dignity. The blue true dragon did not wish to join forces with other low-level spirit beasts to deal with its opponent. That would damage its dragon might. When the white phoenix Luan heard the blue true dragon's words, it immediately stopped attacking and could only obediently stay at the side. Although it had a bit of a divine beast bloodline, compared to a real divine beast, it was not worth mentioning. The blue true dragon faced the four-horned demon cow alone, and the battle was quite intense. Between spirit beasts, they would use their strong physical bodies to clash and bite. In terms of physical body, the four-horned demon horn was naturally unable to compare to the true dragon's physical body. The two great spirit beasts continued to bite and attack, causing the sky and earth to darken. Many of the mountains below them were smashed to pieces, and the low-ranked spirit beasts hurriedly chose a path to escape in a panic. Ling Xiao had already flown away from the blue true dragon, and stayed by Feng Qingyuan's side to watch the battle. "Shower, you're amazing. You can even make a true dragon divine beast become your protective spirit beast. Even Mistress is jealous of you," Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao excitedly. In a person's lifetime, they might not have the chance to see a true divine beast, and Feng Qingyuan was no exception. Now that there was a true dragon in front of her, she felt that it had truly broadened her horizons. Ling Xiao revealed a proud expression and said, "Dragon Girl used to be a purple flood dragon. She followed me and obtained some opportunities to reach this step." Feng Qingyuan revealed a surprised expression and said, "Looks like your luck is heaven-defying. To be able to turn a small earthworm into a true dragon. This is too unbelievable." The purple flood dragon centipede possessed an even rarer divine beast bloodline than the white Fengluan. For Ling Xiao to be able to transform it into a true divine beast, the process must have been unspeakably arduous. Feng Qingyuan had once thought of turning her white Fengluan into a divine beast phoenix, but she didn't have such a peerless opportunity. In this aspect, it was determined by one's own heavenly fate, and others could not be envious of it. He Shower is just lucky. Ling Xiao smiled as he thought to himself. It's just a dragon, so there's no need to make such a fuss about it. This disciple has a good brother in the form of a divine beast, the Qilin. If anyone else were to hear Ling Xiao's words, they would probably be mad at him. This guy was simply showing off. Other people would feel very happy to have a spirit beast with the bloodline of a divine beast, and it would be wishful thinking to have a real divine beast. Now that Ling Xiao had a true dragon spirit beast, he actually said it was only. Wasn't this purely for show? After a round of fighting, the blue true dragon had the upper hand. Although the two beasts were covered in blood, most of the blood came from the four-horned demon cow. The majesty of a divine beast had an innate suppressive effect on ordinary spirit beasts. Although the four-horned demon cow resisted, it was still at a disadvantage and was unable to contend against the blue true dragon. Dragon Princess. Spare this old cow. This old cow is willing. I am willing to follow the Dragon Princess. The four-horned demon cow was tightly restrained by the blue true dragon's dragon body, making it difficult for it to resist. If this continued, it would probably die and have no choice but to beg for mercy from the blue true dragon. The blue true dragon ignored it and fiercely swung it around, causing it to become dizzy and its injuries to become even more severe. "Xiao, this demon cow is a great help. If you can take it in, don't let it go," Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, "I'm afraid that it's already someone else's protective spirit beast, so it's impossible for it to have a second master." Normally, after a spirit beast signed a master-servant contract with a human, it would be impossible for it to sign a contract with another person, unless the original owner of the spirit beast removed the contract. Feng Qingyuan said, "I think this stupid cow didn't sign a contract with anyone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have run away just now. If a contracted spirit beast was ordered to fight by its master, it would not submit even if it encountered the pressure of a divine beast until it died in battle." Feng Qingyuan was able to determine that the four-horned demon cow did not sign a master-servant contract with anyone. After listening to Feng Qingyuan's words, Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Now that the Earth Flame Tiger had left, if he could take this four-horned demon cow under his command, their proud Smile Palace's foundation would be much deeper. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately made a decision. However, at this time, The blue true dragon had already opened its mouth and bit towards the heavily injured four-horned demon cow. If this bite were to land on the four-horned demon cow's neck, it would probably be a disaster for the four-horned demon cow. Dragon girl, slow down. Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted in alarm. Hearing Ling Xiao's shout, the blue true dragon immediately stopped. Boss, what's wrong? If it's willing to surrender, then keep it, Ling Xiao said. At this time the four-horned demon cow hurriedly said, yes. Spare this old cow. The four-horned demon cow spoke weakly. It was obvious that it had been severely injured by the blue true dragon. Boss, whatever you say. The blue true dragon was very obedient to Ling Xiao's words, so he readily agreed. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction, then said to the four-horned demon cow, from now on, you will follow this young master, and I can ask Dragon Girl to let you go. Otherwise, you can die now, it's your choice. This old cow is willing to follow. Dragon Princess, the four-horned demon cow replied honestly. When the blue true dragon heard this, it unwillingly used its tail to fiercely whip the four-horned demon cow again, and its huge body flew several hundred meters away. Follow my boss. The blue true dragon emphasized. Yes. Follow boss. The four-horned demon cow replied in fear. It didn't understand why the high and mighty dragon princess would listen to a lowly human. It was born simple, and it didn't think about things it couldn't understand. It knew that only by following this human in front of it would it have a chance to save its life. Alright, you will follow me for the time being. If I find out that you are disobedient, I will definitely ask Dragon Girl to teach you a lesson. Ling Xiao said happily. With such a peak 8th level middle stage spirit beast, the power of the proud smiling palace had increased by another level. Anyone who wanted to touch the proud smiling palace in the future would have to think twice. Congratulations, Xiao Heir. You have gained another helper. Feng Qingyuan came to Ling Xiao's side and said. She thought to herself, it seems that I can completely rest assured in trusting the family to him. Hee, this is all thanks to Dragon Girl. Ling Xiao gently stroked the blue true dragon's head and laughed. Alright, hurry up and clean up the mess. After this battle, the proud smiling palace will become one of the most powerful forces in the central region, Feng Qingyuan said. The Black Demon sect had sent out a large number of elites, 2 saints, and a peak 8th level middle stage spirit beast, but they had all died in the hands of the proud smiling palace. If this news were to spread, the proud smiling palace would indeed become one of the most powerful forces. Ling Xiao nodded and let the four-horned demon cow transform into its human form. After treating his wounds, he rode the blue true dragon again, and began to hunt the Black Demon sect's men. Yi Lang had already led his men to hide. He did not reveal his aura as he waited for the four-horned demon cow to return in victory. The battle situation had already exceeded his expectations. He did not expect the proud smiling palace to be so powerful that they had lost so many men. In the end, he had no choice but to summon the four-horned demon cow. He firmly believed that the four-horned demon cow would be able to kill everyone in the proud smiling palace. When that time came, he would be able to clean up the mess and the proud smiling palace would disappear completely. When the waves of attack stopped, Yi Lang's eyes lit up and he murmured, it seems that Lord Demon Cow will be able to return in victory. Not long after, the four-horned demon cow arrived at their hiding place. However, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan were also with it. Yi Lang was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, could it be that Lord Demon Cow has subdued them and made them human pets? Go kill them all. This is the first thing you have to do as a follower of this young master. Ling Xiao said to the four-horned demon cow that had already transformed into its human form. Although the four-horned demon cow was severely injured, it was still a dignified peak-level mid-tier spirit beast. It was still a piece of cake for it to deal with Yi Lang and the others. Yi Lang and the others realized that the situation was not right. One of the mystic thearchs shouted, Elder Yi Lang, run. Let me take care of this. This mystic thearch was considered loyal. Without saying anything, he attacked Ling Xiao and the others. Unfortunately, his moves were completely useless. The four-horned devil bull easily shook off the energy and smashed the mystic thearch's head with a single punch. Lord Demon Cow. What are you doing? Yi Lang asked in panic as he retreated. He truly could not understand why the four-horned demon cow that he brought along would suddenly betray him. This four-horned demon cow was a spirit beast that his master had befriended many years ago. Although it did not sign a contract with his master, spirit beasts should not betray under normal circumstances. He could not understand what was going on. Following my boss's orders, I am going to kill all of you, the four-horned demon cow said faintly. Its figure started to flash as it charged towards Yi Lang and the others. There was basically no suspense. Yi Lang and the others all died under the four-horned demon cow's ferocious prowess. Yi Lang also died sullenly. Until his death, he still could not understand what capabilities Ling Xiao had to make the four-horned demon cow betray him. We have finally finished them all off. Ling Xiao sighed lightly. After this battle, their proud smiling palace's reputation would definitely soar. In the future, whoever wanted to find trouble with their proud smiling palace would have to think twice. However, just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan flew back to the side of the proud smiling palace, a figure that had been hidden for a long time quietly attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 840. After killing all the people from the Black Demon sect, Ling Xiao was still worried for Mad Tooth. However, when he thought about how Han Kai was watching from the shadows, he thought that there wouldn't be any trouble. Thus he and Feng Qingyuan returned to their people. The Blue True Dragon and the Four-Horned Demon Cow were kept by Ling Xiao. He did not want the Blue True Dragon to be too ostentatious, and this matter must not be spread out. This was a divine beast. No matter who it was, they would be envious. If news of this were to spread, it would be hard to guarantee that some old monsters who lived in seclusion would come knocking on their door. That would be a huge problem. The central region was full of talents, and it was not that there were no terrifying existences other than the 18 great forces. There were many hidden forces that were even stronger than the 18 great forces. This kind of secret was revealed by Feng Qingyuan to Ling Xiao. After hearing Feng Qingyuan's words, Ling Xiao did not dare to think too highly of himself. It was better to honestly stabilize his strength and his footing. Just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan were rushing in the direction of their own people, a figure that they could not detect quietly attacked Ling Xiao. The figure was as fast as a ghost, as fast as lightning. The distance of several thousand meters seemed to have been crossed in the blink of an eye. When the figure was about to reach Ling Xiao's side, Feng Qingyuan finally sensed something. However, it was already too late by the time she reacted. The figure's claws were already in front of Ling Xiao's neck. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. Just as the claws were about to grab Ling Xiao's neck, a scorching finger beam shot out from another direction. Swoosh. If the figure still insisted on grabbing onto Ling Xiao, he would definitely be hit by the finger beam. The figure clearly did not want to take the risk. He retreated, and the afterimage on the spot was dispersed by the finger beam. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so patient. Han Kai's voice sounded faintly. By the time he finished speaking, his figure had already reached Ling Xiao's side. At this time, Ling Xiao's whole body was covered in cold sweat. He came back to his senses, but his heart still felt cold. He had almost been captured. He had been too careless. He thought to himself, could it be that the Black Demon sect has sent another saint? Feng Qingyuan's expression did not look any better. The other party's sneak attack was something that she did not even notice. It was obvious that his strength was above hers, or he was very good at hiding, making it difficult for others to detect him. No matter what, if such a person tried to assassinate her just now, it would be difficult for her to escape the fate of being heavily injured. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan turned to look at the person who launched the sneak attack. This person was dressed in a gray robe. He was tall and thin and wore a ferocious mask on his face. He stood in the wind, looking rather relaxed and contented. It was impossible to tell that he had sneak attacked a junior just now. Ling Xiao could not see through this person's cultivation. He only knew that this person was definitely a peerless expert. Otherwise, his master's wife would have sensed it. Could it be that the Black Demon has come personally? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. However, he had seen the Black Demon's divine sense doppelganger before. There was still a certain difference in the figure. I didn't expect that there would be so many experts hidden in the proud smiling palace. It seems that I have underestimated the proud disciple of the demonic emperor. The masked man sighed softly. If my guess is correct, you should be Sha Tian, right? Han Kai stared at the masked man and said. Others might not be able to see through the masked man's strength, but Han Kai could sense that the person in front of him was actually not inferior to him. This was also the reason why he had not made a move yet. As early as when the Black Demon sect attacked the proud smiling palace, Han Kai had sensed the existence of an obscure aura. However, he could not determine the location of this aura, so he had been secretly watching it. He did not expect that such a peerless expert would sneak attack a junior. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have been captured. The masked man stared at Han Kai and said, I didn't expect that there would be someone who knows me. However, I also know you, Saint Master Han. I didn't expect you to come out of the medicine capital. I thought that you would not get involved in this mess. It seems that you have joined the proud smiling palace. Can you tell me what ability this kid has to invite you to come out? There is no need for you to know this question. I will protect this kid. Bring it on. Let this saint see what's so great about the first-rank Sha Tian's killing hand. Han Kai said faintly. At the same time, his aura was rising steadily. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, immediately summoned the blue true dragon again. Feng Qingyuan also entered a fighting stance and was ready to make a move. Alright, I will give Saint Master Han some face and let you go this time. You won't be so lucky next time, haha. Sha Tian was also a person who could let go. He knew that Han Kai would not be able to get away with this. After saying that, he instantly appeared in front of Han Kai with an arrogant smile. The speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. The blue true dragon immediately roared at Sha Tian. The terrifying sound wave followed him like a shadow. Its huge body swayed wildly, ready to chase after him. Han Kai hurriedly called out to Ling Xiao. Kid, stop chasing. After hearing Han Kai's words, Ling Xiao immediately stopped the blue true dragon. Elder Han, why? With our strength, can't we keep him here? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Han Kai shook his head lightly and said, his strength is even stronger than mine. Even if we use all our strength, it will be difficult for us to keep him here. Don't do unnecessary things. He's even stronger than you? Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, revealing a surprised expression. He knew Han Kai's strength. That was the strength of a high-level saint. Could it be that this Sha Tian was still at the peak of a high-level saint? Or even an existence that had already surpassed the saint realm? Ling Xiao didn't dare to imagine. Back then, he had wanted to bring people to the headquarters of Sha Tian's organization. Fortunately, he had listened to Han Kai's advice and did not act recklessly. Otherwise, he would have died by now. He should be around the same level as me, but his foundation is much stronger than mine. If we really fought, I wouldn't be his match. If it weren't for the Wind Saint and your true dragon, he definitely wouldn't have retreated so easily. Han Kai paused for a moment before continuing. However, you don't need to worry too much. Now that he knows that I'm by your side, he won't attack you again in a short period of time. I really don't know what you're doing, brat. You've even drawn out the first heaven killer. I don't know if you should be happy or sad. Feng Qingyuan also revealed a worried expression and said, That's right, Shower. What did you do to actually lure out Sha Tian? I've never heard of him making a move in the past few thousand years, but you actually alarmed him. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Sha Tian's people accepted the ancient slaughter token's mission to kill me. Naturally, I resisted and killed a lot of their people, and even casually destroyed a few of their branches. Could it be that because of this, he personally made a move against me? Isn't this making a big fuss out of nothing? If that's all, it shouldn't be worth it for him to make a move. There should be other reasons, Han Kai said. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said, I also accepted a jade killer and a few gold killers from Sha Tian's organization. I wonder if he was angry about this? Han Kai and Feng Qingyuan both revealed astonished expressions. Both of them were speechless. As Sha Tian's people, all of them had been brainwashed by Sha Tian's organization, and were completely loyal to Sha Tian's organization. However, Ling Xiao had the ability to take in a jade killer and a few gold killers for his own use. They couldn't help but be surprised that Ling Xiao could actually do this with his strength. It was truly beyond their expectations. "Oh right, Elder Han, have you seen Mad Tooth?" Ling Xiao changed the topic. Han Kai said, "I paid attention to him at first, but then my attention was completely focused on Sha Tian, so I didn't pay much attention to him." "Oh no. Will something happen to him?" Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Mad Tooth was fighting against another saint of the Black Demon sect. Ling Xiao thought that Han Kai had been paying attention to it all this time. If Mad Tooth was defeated, Han Kai would lend a hand. But now that he heard Han Kai say this, he couldn't help but worry. "Let's go and take a look." Han Kai also realized the seriousness of the matter, and said to Ling Xiao, then took the lead and rushed in a direction. Ling Xiao rode the blue dragon and immediately chased after him. At the same time, he turned around and said to Feng Qingyuan, "Master's wife, take Exiner to her side first and tell them what happened here. Let them return to the palace first. It's enough for Elder Han and I to look for Mad Tooth." Feng Qingyuan nodded lightly and turned into a gust of wind, returning to the place where the people from the proud smiling palace were. In the place where Mad Tooth and Shi Dao fought, the surrounding dozens of mountains were all smashed full of holes. The trees, spirit flowers, and strange grasses were all corroded by the black energy to the point that they lost their essence, and they all withered and died. In a part of the forest that had been completely destroyed, two people covered in wounds lay not far away from each other. Their blood dyed the surroundings red. The two of them didn't seem to have much intact flesh on their bodies, and even their bones were exposed. They looked incomparably hideous. Near them, there were two rank 8 dark attribute spirit beasts on the verge of death. They were also bleeding profusely as they lay on the ground. A few peak rank 7 dark attribute spirit beasts by their side were burning with greed. They knew that as long as they could devour the essences of these two spirit beasts, which were of a higher rank than them, they would be able to take a huge leap forward to rank 8. In the end, these peak rank 7 spirit beasts couldn't resist the temptation, and crazily pounced on the two rank 8 spirit beasts. Whoever could devour their essence would be able to take a step forward. The two rank 8 dark spirit beasts didn't have the strength to resist, and were dismembered. If the two people who were lying not far away didn't get up, they would eventually become food for the nearby spirit beasts. These two people were Mad Tooth and Shi Dao. In the end, they used all their strength and both sides were injured. Mad Tooth's strength was slightly weaker than Shi Dao's, but his Mad Demon art was a high-grade dark spirit art. This allowed him to have the qualifications to compete with Shi Dao. Chapter 841. The Crazed Demon Art was a high-level dark attribute cultivation method. Mad Tooth had only managed to comprehend the true essence of the Crazed Demon Art because he had consumed the demonic beast pill. Once he turned into a demon, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Mad Tooth relied on the Crazed Demon technique to increase his own strength, which was why he was able to fight Shi Dao. Shi Dao didn't expect Mad Tooth to be so desperate to fight him. From the beginning, he thought that he had Mad Tooth, but he didn't have the determination to fight Mad Tooth to the death. He had lived for a long time and treasured his life. When Mad Tooth displayed strength comparable to his, Shi Dao knew that the situation wasn't good. He only hoped that Zhang Kuang could quickly finish off the people from the proud smiling palace and come back to help him kill Mad Tooth. Unfortunately, not long after Zhang Kuang left, Shi Dao felt that Zhang Kuang had also encountered a terrifying opponent. In the end, Zhang Kuang's aura disappeared. It was obvious that Zhang Kuang had been killed. Shi Dao's mind was in a mess at that time, and Mad Tooth took advantage of it. He had no choice but to counterattack. In the end, both of them were heavily injured. Their spiritual beasts were also similar in strength, but they were both heavily injured. Saints were able to leave their bodies. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still leave their bodies and live in another body. However, this would greatly decrease their cultivation. The two of them didn't want to give up their bodies until the very end. They waited for their reinforcements to arrive, and at the same time, they tried their best to recover from their injuries. Just as the spiritual beasts appeared in front of Mad Tooth and Shi Dao, Ling Xiao and Han Kai finally arrived. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the two's injuries. An ordinary person would have died from these kinds of injuries. Only saints could maintain their blood and qi. Han Kai rushed over to Mad Tooth's side and fed him a top-grade healing pill. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "It's a good thing we made it in time. If we were any later, we would have lost our physical body." Ling Xiao nodded and walked to Shi Dao's side. Needless to say, this person was a saint of the Black Demon sect. While Ling Xiao was hesitating whether to kill him or not, Shi Dao opened his old eyes. His soul came out of his sea of consciousness, and his soul power rushed toward Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It was obvious that he wanted to seize Ling Xiao's body. This was the only choice he had. Otherwise, he and Ben would not have a chance to survive. "Kid, be careful," Han Kai shouted in shock. At the same time, he hurriedly pointed a finger toward Shi Dao's soul. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was too close to Shi Dao. No matter how fast his finger aura was, he couldn't catch up. In the face of such a sudden situation, Ling Xiao was also a little unprepared. Shi Dao's soul had completely entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. "Haha, kid, obediently hand over your body." Shi Dao's arrogant voice sounded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. When Shi Dao saw Ling Xiao's huge sea of consciousness, his expression became fanatical. He murmured, "Good kid, such a wide sea of consciousness. Could it be that you are a talented person from Tenbin?" At this time, Ling Xiao's soul power also appeared. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Shi Dao with a playful expression. In his sea of consciousness, he was the master, and not someone who could casually violate it. "You old dog, you look so disgusting. You still want to seize this young master's handsome appearance. Don't you have any shame?" Ling Xiao looked at Shi Dao and said with a face full of sarcasm, "Kid, don't be untactful. It's your honor that I've taken a liking to you. Be a good boy and give me your body," Shi Dao said and pounced on Ling Xiao. As long as he devoured Ling Xiao's soul power, he could seize Ling Xiao's body. However, Ling Xiao looked so confident. Could his body be seized so easily? The answer was obviously no. Ling Xiao had already cultivated to the 7th level of the Supreme Guiyuan technique, Condensed Soul. After 2 years of continuous tempering of his soul power, his battle power was already quite shocking. Ling Xiao had never had the chance to use his soul power to fight because he had not reached the 8th level of the astral projection realm. Now that Shi Dao had entered his sea of consciousness, it was just the right time for him to use his hands. Even if he was not a match for Shi Dao, he could use the heaven fire to burn Shi Dao at any time. As a saint, Shi Dao's soul power was naturally not weak. It was just that he had been seriously injured previously. Now that his soul power had left his physical body and was transferred to another physical body, his soul power was naturally greatly weakened. Even so, with his soul power, it was still easy for him to deal with the soul power of an ordinary mystic Tharch. However, this kid in front of him was obviously only a high-level heavenly venerable. Even if his sea of consciousness was extraordinary Tenbin, his soul power should not be that strong. However, when he exchanged blows with Ling Xiao's soul power, he then knew how wrong he was. This young man's soul power was actually rather solid, and his battle power was rather strong. It was as though it was a physical body and could actually use all kinds of different mystic skills, forcing him to be in a difficult position. Soul power is actually comparable to the mystic Thearka's battle power. How is this possible? Shi Dao felt the pressure of a mountain. He originally thought that he could easily obtain this physical body, but it was actually a bone that was hard to chew. A saint's soul power is only so. Ling Xiao sneered, and the cloud-expelling palms slapped towards Shi Dao continuously. Shi Dao was still able to fight evenly with Ling Xiao for the time being. However, he knew that if this carried on, his soul power would show signs of weakening sooner or later. By then, he could only allow himself to be slaughtered by the other party. Shi Dao was anxious. He didn't fight with Ling Xiao for long and already had the intention to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat to the walls surrounding Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, He realized that there were waves of heat waves pouncing over, frightening him to the point that he cried out in fear. What is this thing? Shi Dao exclaimed with a face of fear. He didn't understand how could there be other foreign objects in a person's sea of consciousness? Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao himself was in existence of a foreign species. You want to escape? There's no way. There's heavenly fire all around, you can't get out. Just obediently be my sparring partner. Ling Xiao sneered, and organized an even more concentrated attack toward Shi Dao. If others knew that Ling Xiao had actually allowed a saint's soul to be his sparring partner in his knowledge sea, everyone would probably curse him as a madman who wasn't afraid of having their soul damaged. This kind of injury was the most difficult to treat. However, not only was Ling Xiao not afraid of being injured, he was even happy to have his soul fight here. If this wasn't a madman, then what was? The pitiful Shi Dao, a dignified saint, had actually been used as a sparring partner by the soul of a high-level heavenly venerable in someone else's knowledge sea. His soul power had been scattered, and a generation of saints had quietly fallen just like that. While Ling Xiao and Shi Dao were fighting in his knowledge sea, Han Kai was anxiously watching Ling Xiao. If he could, he really wanted to use his own soul to enter Ling Xiao's knowledge sea and expel Shi Dao. However, if he did that, it would probably affect Ling Xiao's knowledge sea and cause great damage to his soul. However, if he didn't go in, Ling Xiao's soul would be devoured by Shi Dao, and Ling Xiao's body would belong to someone else. That would be even worse. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to go in and take a look. He had to protect Ling Xiao. At this moment, Mad Tooth barely opened his mouth and said, "Han, brother Han, don't worry, young master will be fine. Don't forget that he still has the heavenly fire in his knowledge sea." Hearing Mad Tooth's reminder, Han Kai slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, how could I have forgotten about this? With the heavenly fire, it would be difficult for any soul to harm him." It was no longer a secret that Ling Xiao possessed the heavenly fire. Thinking of this, Han Kai could be considered to be at ease. He had thought that Ling Xiao would recover very quickly, but he had actually waited for an entire day. This made him and Mad Tooth a little worried that something had gone wrong. Fortunately, Ling Xiao finally woke up. Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao with some vigilance and asked, "Brat, are you all right?" He wasn't sure if Ling Xiao's body had been taken over by someone else. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Elder Han, don't worry. How can a mere soul force hurt me? I was just using him to practice, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. He's even a saint." Han Kai was speechless. He cursed in his heart. This brat actually looks down on saints. Didn't he look down on an old man like me? How arrogant. Although he was cursing in his heart, he was too lazy to say it out loud. He could already confirm that Ling Xiao was still the same Ling Xiao, and that his body hadn't been taken over by the other party. Immediately afterward, Ling Xiao carried Mad Tooth and returned to the proud smiling palace with Han Kai. As for Ji Dao's corpse, it would become a wild animal. Sooner or later, there would be spirit beasts that would devour it like a delicacy. When Ling Xiao's group of 3 returned to the proud smiling palace, everyone was waiting for them. Seeing Ling Xiao's group of 3 return safely, everyone was relieved. "Welcome back, Palace Master, Sect Protector Elder." Everyone knelt down and shouted in unison. After this battle, many people of the palace of the proud smiling palace finally knew what they were relying on. They respected Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts, and were loyal to the palace of the proud smiling palace from the bottom of their hearts. They regarded themselves as part of the palace of the proud smiling palace, and they all had the idea that they would live or die together. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd with satisfaction. He knew that after this battle, his group of people had a new understanding of the proud smiling palace, and they had a new position. This was truly a good thing. Rise, all of you. You are the heroes of the proud smiling palace, and the elders and deacons who died are the martyrs of the proud smiling palace. Let us all remember this battle. We killed all the people of the Black Demon sect, and we will tell the world that the proud smiling palace is not afraid of the Black Demon sect, and we are not afraid of anyone's challenge. We will let the world know that the people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao said in a sonorous voice. His words undoubtedly ignited the confidence and pride of the people of the proud smiling palace. They shouted in unison. The people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with. The people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with. Chapter 842. The Black Demon Sect's 5,000 wolf eagles had attacked the proud smiling palace at night, but they were all killed by the proud smiling palace. This news was like a plague that spread swiftly throughout the Central Territory. It became the hottest topic in the Central region. What kind of power was the Black Demon Sect? It was one of the most powerful sects in the 18 regions. No matter where they went, the other forces would avoid them. The Wolf Eagles of the Black Demon Sect were a powerful elite force of the Black Eagle Sect. They had sent 5,000 people to attack the proud smiling palace. Not only did they fail, but they were also all killed. It had to be said that this news was very shocking. Did you hear? The Black Demon Sect's attack on the proud smiling palace failed. None of them survived. I just heard about it. Isn't the Black Demon Sect very powerful? You can't even destroy the newly established Proud Smiling Palace? You don't know? The Proud Smiling Palace was founded by Ling Xiao, the only disciple of one of the 4 legendary evil emperors. Do you know Ling Xiao? He was the first emperor-level expert in the last Imperialist tournament, and he even defeated the chief disciple of the Martial Spirit Pavilion, Wu Bufan, at the Lake of Skyju. Moreover, he was someone that the Gu family wanted to kill. Later on, the Gu family failed to kill Ling Xiao, so they had no choice but to lower their stance and ask Ling Xiao for peace. Oh, Ling Xiao. I've heard about him. He's the most talented man of the new generation. He's my idol. It seems that the proud smiling palace is qualified to be a big force. I should be polite to the people of the proud smiling palace in the future. Ling Xiao is not afraid of anything. In the blink of an eye, the proud smiling palace and Ling Xiao had become the focus of the central region. This time, the proud smiling palace was very successful. Their sect's reputation became prominent. The affiliated forces of the proud smiling palace all had their own considerations. They wanted to maintain a good relationship with the proud smiling palace, so that they wouldn't have to worry about anything bad happening in the future. The Proud Smile Palace also took advantage of this craze to officially recruit inner and outer disciples. As long as there was a tenbin, any child under the age of 15, no matter where they came from or what their attributes were, could participate in the selection process of the Proud Smiling Palace. The children who passed the selection process would become the first disciples of the Proud Smiling Palace, just like the children who had been recruited in Wind Cloud City before the Proud Smiling Palace opened. At the same time, the Proud Smiling Palace announced that every 5 years, there would be a grand event to select disciples for the Proud Smiling Palace. People from all over the world who heard the news all planned to send their children to the Laughing Palace to participate in the election. They wanted to strive for a connection with such a big force like the Laughing Palace. At the same time, they also hoped that their children could be chosen by the palace master Ling Xiao. When the palace was in the limelight, Ling Xiao did not have the time to care about these things. Everything was handled by Xian Yao and Yi Yunfeng, and his woman, Feng Xianyan, was his assistant. Ling Xiao himself went into closed-door cultivation again. There was no limit to martial arts. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Ling Xiao was almost caught by Sha Tian, and he had seen the power of many saints and 8th-grade spirit beasts. He was eager to become stronger. Relying on external things was not the fundamental way to protect himself. From a heavenly venerable to a mystic emperor was not only a process of power accumulation, but also a process of constantly improving the power of the world. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. It was unknown how many martial artists were stuck at the heavenly venerable stage, unable to move forward. With Ling Xiao's tenbin, it was only a matter of time before he became an emperor. He had an unparalleled advantage in the accumulation of power compared to others. The 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. The speed of absorption was not comparable to the speed of absorption by any cultivation technique. Although only a small part of the power absorbed by the 3 foreign objects was absorbed by him, the power was still unusually large. Moreover, the supreme Guiyuan technique that he cultivated was a god-level cultivation technique. It could guide any kind of energy into the attributes of 5 different types of energy in his body, allowing the 5 types of energy to reach a balanced state. Because of this, whether Ling Xiao cultivated or not, his power would continue to grow rapidly. The reason why he wanted to go into closed-door cultivation was to further strengthen and perfect his power of the world, so that he could more naturally control the power of the world. Moreover, he wanted to understand the true meaning of the 9 sun-burning heaven technique. Once he cultivated such a profound and powerful cultivation technique, he would have another powerful attack method, which would give him more ability to protect himself. The 9 sun-burning heaven technique was a powerful cultivation technique that condensed 9 different types of true flame of the flames, which were used together with the fist force. If one wanted to cultivate the 9 yang heaven burning art to the great accomplishment stage, one would need to open up another 9 yang meridians in one's body and fuse 9 different kinds of true flames of the sun. These 9 different kinds of true flames could be converted and used at any time. In the end, one would be able to reach the great accomplishment stage of the 9 yang unity stage. Previously, when Ling Xiao fought with Lu Su, looking at his current state, he had already opened up 7 yang meridians and fused 7 types of true flame of the sun. He only needed 2 types of true flame of the sun to reach the realm of great success. Opening up another 9 yang meridians was not an easy task, and to fuse these 9 yang meridians with different types of true flame of the sun, he had to endure the pain of burning his meridians. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to cultivate it successfully, he might even be tortured to death. Long ago, Ling Xiao already had a certain understanding of the 9 sun-burning heaven technique. Now that he had a deeper understanding of this cultivation technique, he felt that while this cultivation technique was powerful, it was not so easy to cultivate. Without great willpower, people would not dare to cultivate it easily. It was no wonder that Lu Su had handed over the cultivation technique so readily. The reason why Lu Su was able to cultivate to his current realm was because he had obtained the inheritance, and had the deepest understanding of cultivating the 9 sun-burning heaven technique. He did not need to fumble around to be able to distinguish the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating this cultivation technique, and choose the best cultivation method. No wonder this cultivation technique is not weaker than the ancient emperor mystic technique. Once cultivated to great success, not only would one's battle strength be astonishing, the healing speed would also not be slow. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes emitted a bright light as he muttered. This 9 sun-burning heaven technique did not only have an attack section, but also a healing section. Borrowing the power of the true flame to heal injuries, it was also quite fast. However, compared to the ancient emperor mystic technique, there was still a certain gap. However, the ancient emperor mystic technique focused on defense, and in terms of offense, it still needed to be combined with other cultivation techniques in order to display its power. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately entered into a state of cultivation. The first thing he needed to do was to plan out the 9 yang meridians. There were countless large and small meridians in the human body, but the most important ones were the 365 main meridians. They were indispensable to the human body, and it was not difficult to choose 9 yang meridians from them. The difficult part was how to train these 9 meridians to be strong and wide. For others, they might have to train these 9 yang meridians again. But for Ling Xiao, it was completely unnecessary. When he cultivated the unique Guiyuan technique and the ancient emperor mystic technique, he had trained each of his main meridians to be incomparably strong and wide. Each meridian seemed to be cast from gold, and they were incomparably strong. Their width was also incomparable to ordinary meridians, and the amount of spiritual qi they could absorb was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao's defense be so strong? And how could his battle strength increase to such a terrifying level? Now he only needed to choose 9 meridians, run them a little, and divide them into yang meridians. Since the 9 meridians were settled, the next step was to store fire spiritual energy in them, maintain the most primitive fire energy, and then fuse 9 different types of true flames into the 9 meridians one by one. Then it would be a great success. The heavenly fire was originally a yang fire, and belonged to the most powerful yang fire. Its existence helped Ling Xiao complete the fusion of one of the yang meridians. The heavenly fire and Ling Xiao were already one, and its power would not cause any burning pain to Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao easily completed the first layer. However, the demonic demon heavenly fire was a purple flame, suitable for the 7th meridian of the 9 suns burning heaven sun, the 7th layer, the purple flame divine Sunday. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao fused with the heavenly fire and completed the first yang meridian, he still could not cross the first 6 layers to use the purple flame divine sun. Only by fusing with the first 6 layers of yang fire would he be able to use the purple flame divine sun. Then how could he fuse the other 8 types of true yang fire into the other 8 meridians? The first layer of the first meridian, the scarlet scorching sun, was the easiest to obtain true yang fire. That was to absorb the yang energy from the rising sun, and absorb the sun energy into the first meridian. Then it would be considered to have cultivated the first layer. Every morning, Ling Xiao would appear on the main peak and meditate for a few hours. His upper body would be bare, and he would absorb the sun energy with all his might. The force of the first sun was relatively mild, and Ling Xiao's meridians were not ordinary. Every time he absorbed the force of the first sun, he did not feel any pain, but only a slight itch. After absorbing the sun energy for 3 months, Ling Xiao filled the first yang meridian, and he could finally use the power of the scarlet scorching sun. As for the other 7 types of yang energy, they could only be obtained through a special method, and it was not something that could be achieved through cultivation alone. For example, for the second layer of the second meridian, the golden flame spirit sun, he would need to find a type of golden yang fire to fuse with the second yang meridian. This type of golden flame was not easy to find, and he would need the help of spiritual herbs or spiritual beasts that contain the yang energy to be effective. The 5th rank golden flame grass could cultivate the golden flame energy, and there was naturally some golden flame grass in Ling Xiao's collection. However, if he wanted to fill the whole meridian with golden flame grass, he would need a huge amount of golden flame grass. He did not have that many golden flame grass at the moment. Therefore, he could only send out orders to his subordinates to search for or purchase golden flame grass. In this way, his half a year of closed-door cultivation had come to an end, because he knew that to cultivate the other yang meridians was not something that could be achieved in a day, and he still needed the help of many external objects. After Ling Xiao came out of closed-door cultivation, Feng Xianyun hurriedly called Ling Xiao over. She had something to discuss with Ling Xiao. Xiao, now that the palace gate has stabilized, I want to go back and see Grandpa and Tian. Feng Xianyun said with a face full of expectation. Chapter 843. In retrospect, it had been 10 years since Ling Xiao had left the southern wasteland with Feng Xianyun. For a cultivator, 10 years was but a blink of an eye. But for Feng Xianyun, who rarely left her family, 10 years was a long time. She missed her grandfather and her son. As a considerate woman, Feng Xianyun rarely told Ling Xiao about her own mental state. She must have known that Ling Xiao was a man who did great things, and had many things to take care of, so how could she distract Ling Xiao? Furthermore, she had many sisters by her side, which was why she was able to persevere for these 10 years. Now Ling Xiao's reputation had shaken the central region, and he had developed the proud smiling palace. Even if the Black Demon sect came to attack, they could make them retreat. She believed that the proud smiling palace would be stable for a short period of time. Therefore, Feng Xianyun couldn't help but ask Ling Xiao to go home and have a look. Looking at Feng Xianyun's pleading expression, Ling Xiao's expression darkened. He knew that he had neglected his wife's feelings for all these years. Ling Xiao gently held Feng Xianyun in his arms and caressed her hair. Well, it's time to go back and have a look. I miss them too. Husband, you promised me? Feng Xianyun was surprised and then said, if you don't have time, I can go back alone. Silly, how can I let you go back alone? I miss my parents too. This time, I'll go back and bring them here. Let's not be separated from each other. Moreover, letting them live in the central region will be good for them. Ling Xiao gently scratched Feng Xianyun's nose as he said. Ling Xiao could be considered to have thoroughly established himself in the central region. It was time to bring his family and live together. Who didn't miss home? Who didn't miss home? Ling Xiao was not a person who forgot his roots. He also had the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a normal person. Now that Feng Xianyun had suggested going back to take a look, Ling Xiao also felt that it was time to prepare for the next step. At the same time, he hoped that Yin Mingqi had escaped from the evil clutches of Yin He and returned to the northwest. Although he knew that this idea was unrealistic, Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary for him to go back. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Feng Xianyun was naturally overjoyed. Then Feng Xianyun told the news to her sisters. These women had followed Ling Xiao to the central region, and they all had the intention to return with Ling Xiao. When they heard the news, they were naturally overjoyed. The happiest one was Bai Yushi. She couldn't help but shout, "We can go back and see godparents now." She had been taken in by the Ling family in the early years and treated Ling Xiao's parents as her own. Ling Xiao's parents also treated Bai Yushi as their daughter. Their relationship was extremely good. Yushi, Xiao said that he would bring Master and Madam to the central region this time, so that they can see each other every day. Feng Xianyun said. Yes, we should have done that a long time ago, Bai Yushi replied happily. With Master and Madam here, we as daughters-in-law must be filial to them. Kai Xieyue chimed in from the side. She had become Ling Xiao's woman, but she had never seen Ling Xiao's family. According to the customs of the commoners, it was a bit improper for her to be a daughter-in-law. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were also quite happy. They wanted to go back to the charm sect, and at the same time, they planned to bring their master to the central region to be filial to him. Seeing how happy all the women were, Ling Xiao felt extremely guilty. He had so many confidants in this life. What else could he not be satisfied with? Ling Xiao's heart changed unconsciously. All of a sudden, he cast aside all the fighting and cultivation matters. He just wanted to enjoy the happiness of returning to his hometown. He wanted to enjoy the contentment of ordinary people. Ling Xiao's state of mind suddenly became clear and his temperament suddenly changed. If one looked at Ling Xiao before, they would think that he was a sharp and domineering hero. But now, he was like an ordinary handsome young man who gave off an amiable and approachable feeling. In this aspect, he actually gave off a similar feeling to Wu Bufan of the Spirit Martial Court. If Han Kai was here, he would definitely be able to see that Ling Xiao had actually returned to his natural state. All of his temperament and aura had been restrained. This state was not concealed by some kind of cultivation technique. It was a very natural state. This was very beneficial to one's cultivation. Before leaving, Ling Xiao called Xian Yao over for a chat. Naturally, Xian Yao couldn't go back with Ling Xiao. He definitely had to stay and guard the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao talked to Xian Yao because he wanted to hear what Xian Yao had to say. After all, he knew that this trickster had a heavenly secret that others couldn't understand. Xian Yao was sure that nothing major would happen in the proud smiling palace in a short period of time. So Ling Xiao was relieved. Ling Xiao brought his women Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Ji Beixin Bai Yushi, Bing Ruoshui, Yu Laiyan, and Wu Nyangmei back. Wei Dai, and Yao Qingmin didn't go with them. Wei Dai, only relative was Lung Shi, and she didn't have any relatives in the northwest. In addition, she had a good relationship with Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Poison Scorpion and 8 generals in the 10,000 Broken Mountain range a few years ago. They wanted to stay in the palace to recruit a new generation of disciples, so she took the initiative to stay and help them with this matter. As for Yao Qingmin, she had followed her master Li Shui since she was young. Although she really wanted to accompany Ling Xiao and the others to the northwest and the southern wasteland, she didn't want to leave her master alone in the palace. Furthermore, she still had to preside over the auction in Wind Cloud City. After thinking about it, she finally decided to stay. Oh right, shouldn't you guys dress up before going back? Ling Xiao said as he looked at his beautiful wives and concubines in front of him. The few women looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, but Yu Laiyan knew what Ling Xiao was thinking and said with a smile. He's laughing because he's afraid that we, the femme fatale, will bring him trouble. Hee hee, I just don't want too many insensible flies to come over and buzz around. Ling Xiao laughed. Yu Lian was right. Every single one of them was as beautiful as a fairy, with a myriad of temperaments. Which man wouldn't be moved by them, especially Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang, these two women who had a seductive body. After they cultivated a set of high-level seduction techniques, their temperaments had undergone a huge change, as if they could make a man feel a great desire with just a raise of their hand. Ling Xiao's temperament could be considered to be especially firm, but when the two of them joined hands to use seduction techniques on him, he found it difficult to control them. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao's strong physique was ruthlessly tortured by the two of them to the point of weakening him several times. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse the two women in his heart for being so bewitching. It wasn't that the two women were more beautiful than the other women, but that they were born with a bewitching bone and cultivated seduction techniques. The temptation they emitted was much stronger than the other women. Then let's change into some commoner clothes, Feng Xianyun suggested. Of course, the women wouldn't object, and immediately got someone to bring some commoner clothes to change into. The women's beauty was outstanding, so how could it be covered up by a few sets of clothes? After they changed, not only did it not cover up their beauty, but it also made them exude the pure aura of a village girl, making them even more seductive and seductive. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "You should all change back to your original clothes. With your current appearance, there will be even more flies looking for trouble." Their original appearance exuded an elegant and cold aura. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to casually look for trouble with them. But after they changed their clothes, they became as pure and lovely as the mountain girls. When other people saw them, they might think that they were weak commoner women, and would definitely have the guts to look for trouble with them. In that case, it was better to let them maintain their original appearance, and only hope that the flies would be a little more tactful. When Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard heard that Ling Xiao wanted to return to the northwest, they hurried over. "Boss, let me follow you back," Yi Yunfeng pleaded as soon as he saw Ling Xiao. "Young master, this servant is also willing to follow you back," Cruel Leopard said. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "This time, I'll go back to pick up my family. It won't take long, so you guys don't need to follow me." "Boss, how can this be? There will definitely be a lot of things to do along the way. It will be easier for me to help," Yi Yunfeng said. "What could possibly happen? Stay in the palace and keep watch. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible," Ling Xiao shouted as he brought out the authority of the palace lord. Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard didn't dare to disobey Ling Xiao's words, so they could only shut up. However, this didn't mean that no one would follow Ling Xiao back. Other than his women, there were also many people who followed him. He was now a palace master, and his every move represented the movements of the palace. His safety was no longer a matter of one person. Ling Xiao actually didn't want to make a big fuss, but after experiencing Xian Yao's pain, he thought of the women by his side and his enemies. If he didn't have some people to protect him, he was really afraid that something would happen. If he couldn't split himself, then it would be a sin. Thus Ling Xiao brought Geng Hong, Feng Chun and Luo Yu, the three emperors, along with a dozen or so empyreans. Such a force was no longer something an ordinary force could contend against. Unless it was a large force that attacked with all their might, it would be possible to cause them harm. Although he had these people following him, Ling Xiao didn't plan to make a big fuss. He made them dress like commoners and restrain their auras. They definitely couldn't attract too much attention, so that they could avoid a lot of trouble. Before leaving, Ling Xiao found Madtooth. After the battle with Shuri Dao, Madtooth's protective spirit beast was already dead, so he didn't have another protective spirit beast for the time being. Ling Xiao handed the four-horned demon cow he had subdued to Madtooth, and let him sign a master-servant contract with it. Madtooth knew that this was a peak mid-8th rank dark attribute spirit beast, so he naturally agreed happily. With Han Kai, Madtooth, and this peak mid-8th rank spirit beast in the sect, Ling Xiao felt much more at ease. After doing this, Ling Xiao led the group from Wind Cloud City back to his hometown. Chapter 844. There was a boundless barren mountain land, and the forest was lush and lush. Occasionally, there were flying spirit beasts circling in the sky. From the other side of the sky, there was a group of people riding on spirit beasts. They were approaching at an extremely fast speed. This group of people had an imposing aura, and the spirit beasts they were riding were all tier 6 and above. They looked very majestic. Among these spirit beasts, there were a few that were tier 7 and above. They looked especially strong and eye-catching. However, the most eye-catching were not these tier 7 spirit beasts, but the 7 women who were sitting on 7 different spirit beasts. Although these 7 women were all wearing cloaks, their figures were outstanding and their auras were extraordinary. They were like the kings of 100 flowers, and each of them was emitting a bright color. In the middle of these 7 women, there was a handsome young man who was dressed elegantly. He was sitting on a golden three-eyed wolf. There was a faint smile on the young man's face, and his expression was somewhat languid. He seemed to be carefree, unrestrained, and casual. His aura was not as imposing as the people beside him, but he had a great affinity with the heaven and earth around him. It was as if he was separated from the heaven and earth. He gave people a feeling that the more they looked at him, the more comfortable they felt. It was as if he had a natural charm that attracted everyone. This group of people was Ling Xiao and the others who had just come out from Wind Cloud City. They had already left Wind Cloud City for more than 2 months. They had gone through dozens of big cities, and were on their way to the next city. They were going to use the teleportation formation to reach the next place. There were teleportation formations in most places in the central region. However, the teleportation formation between each city was to a different place. Not every city had a corresponding teleportation formation. Thus, they still had to fly for quite some distance. Young master, we will reach Wu Clan City in another day. From there, we can use the teleportation formation to reach Red Moon City. In no time, we will reach the border of the central region. Gung Hong, who was not far from Ling Xiao, said. The reason why Ling Xiao brought Gung Hong out was because the women around him needed a female expert to take care of them at all times. Gung Hong was a high-level mystic Tharch. Her strength was enough to shock many people. Furthermore, she was also under a high-level spiritual curse. There was no problem with her loyalty. Furthermore, she knew the terrain of the central region like the back of her hand. As an assassin, one had to have a more detailed understanding of the various places. Gung Hong was higher than Feng Chen and Luo Yu in Sha Tian's organization. Naturally, she knew the terrain better than the two of them. Let's go to Wu Clan City first. After resting for a day, we will continue at full speed and try to reach the Blood Demon region as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said. Once he thought about returning to the Blood Demon region, Ling Xiao's emotions surged. It was the same for the women around him. Back then, Ling Xiao had spent more than half a year traveling from the border of the central region to the Blackwater sect in the Northwater domain. Wind Cloud City was much further away from the border of the central region. Based on his strength back then, it would probably take him close to a year to reach the border. Now they had only spent slightly more than 2 months, and had already traveled more than half the distance. They believed that they would reach the border in another month and a half. This was because Ling Xiao and company's strength was no longer the same as before. Naturally, their flying speed was several times faster than before. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao accompanying the women to various big cities and scenic spots along the way, their speed would be much faster than it was now. Wu Clan City was directly under the control of the Wu Clan. The Wu Clan belonged to the category of 5th grade strength, and was the strongest clan in the vicinity. The construction of their directly under the city was naturally not any worse than that of ordinary big cities. The reason why Ling Xiao and the others chose to rest in Wu Clan City for a day was that Wu Clan City was rich in a refining material called indigo firestone. Indigo firestone was a rare mineral material, and was one of the essential main materials for forging fire attribute spiritual weapons. Any kind of fire attribute spiritual weapon with indigo firestone would have a greater increase in grade and power. With this material, there were more craftsmen coming and going in Wu Clan City. With craftsmen coming and going, it would naturally increase the mobility of warriors. This also made Wu Clan City seem much more lively than other cities. Every place has its own people, but here, a mineral vein has its own people. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh as he looked at the craftsmen walking around in the city. No matter which sect or clan it was, they all needed a large source of income. Some relied on hunting spirit beasts, searching for spirit herbs, and obtaining glazed crystals through trading. Some relied on various taxes in the city to increase their income, and some relied on the characteristics of their own place to create income. Wu Clan City was undoubtedly helping them in their geographical location, and increasing their income a lot. Palace Master is right. Indigo Firestone is extremely rare. The Wu family has occupied a large vein of indigo firestone, and every year, they mine a lot of indigo firestone. However, they usually don't sell it, and basically put it up for auction. A peak celestial master, who was not far from Ling Xiao, stood up and said, This peak celestial master was called Li Mu. He was a martial artist of the wood attribute. He was an inner elder of the Smiling Palace. He had been selected after many rounds of selection. In the battle against the Black Demon sect, he had also displayed astonishing combat strength. He had killed many Black Demon sect's Wolf Eagle secret guards. He was also one of the talents that Ling Xiao had specially named to focus on training. Things are precious when they are rare. There's nothing wrong with them doing this, Ling Xiao replied softly. Then he said, We're only staying here for a day. I need 30,000 indigo firestones in a day. I'll leave this matter to you. Can you do it? Li Mu looked a little embarrassed at first, but he immediately promised, This subordinate can do it. He thought to himself, Palace Master needs such a large amount. I don't know if Wu Clan is willing to sell. However, with the reputation of our proud Smiling Palace, if they don't sell, don't blame us for being angry. Ling Xiao also knew that it was not easy for Li Mu. While handing over the mystic crystals, he also asked Luo Yu to bring a few people to accompany him. With Luo Yu around, presumably, Wu Clan would not dare to refuse this matter. Ling Xiao was not a blacksmith. Normally, he would not have the slightest interest in indigo firestone, but now he desperately needed this material. Because he cultivated the 9 sun-burning heaven technique, the 3rd meridian's indigo flame extreme yang, he needed the indigo fire of the indigo fire from the indigo fire of the 3rd meridian of his 9 yang meridians. Only then could he cultivate the 3rd meridian well. This was the reason why Ling Xiao stayed in Wu Clan City. Li Mu was overjoyed. With a mid-level mystic emperor accompanying him, there was nothing he could not do. Li Mu brought Luo Yu and the others to Wu Clan in advance. Ling Xiao and the others were strolling leisurely on the official road, attracting the attention of the people around them. Most of the people's gazes fell on the 7 voluptuous women. Looking at the perverted looks of their big brother pig, they all had dirty thoughts in their hearts. It was only when they saw the entourage of the 7 women that they lost the courage to act. Oh my God, these women's figures are so good. Brother's body is on fire just looking at them. Isn't that so? Look at the 2 in red and pink clothes. Their breasts are perky enough, their waists are slender enough, and their butts are fat enough. They are the best of the best. They are not bad, but the others are not bad either. Especially the one in purple clothes. Her figure is full enough. It would be great to roll on the bed with her. I think the girl in green clothes is even better. She looks like the little sister next door. I really want to dote on her. Don't just talk and don't act. If you have the ability, go and snatch them. Many warriors were pointing at them in a low voice, looking like thieves who had lustful hearts but no guts. If it was before, Ling Xiao would definitely teach these people a lesson. However, he had encountered too many such things along the way. It was not worthwhile for him to lower himself to their level. They were just a group of people who were jealous of his luck with women. When Ling Xiao and the others walked in front of a restaurant, there was some commotion inside the restaurant. F***CK, you stinking beggar. You dare to come to our restaurant to eat and drink without Xian crystals? I'll beat you to death. A rough voice rang out. Another weak voice sounded. No, my Xian crystals were stolen by them. I'll get them back right now. Humph, how could 3rd young master lay his hands on a stinking beggar like you? Since you don't know what's good for you, kick his legs and throw him out. Let him know that our DeLong restaurant is not a place where anyone can come and eat for free." The rough voice rang out again. Then there was a burst of noise inside the restaurant. It seemed that someone had started fighting. After a while, there was a scream. "Kacha kacha." Ah. It seemed that the freeloader's legs had been broken by the people in the restaurant. Then, a figure was ruthlessly thrown out of the restaurant. The people in the restaurant obviously would not let it go so easily. Several people ran out and punched and kicked the man. Many people surrounded them from afar to watch the show. They all had expressions of rage on their faces. What's wrong with this person? Doesn't he know that the DeLong restaurant is Wuxia's property? He actually dared to eat for free in the DeLong restaurant. Isn't he asking for a beating? Really? That's right, but I heard that this person is a foreigner. He seems to have offended young Master Wu San, so young Master Wu San specially sent people to teach him a lesson. No way, he's just a stinking beggar. What makes him worthy of young Master Wu San's attention? I don't know about that. Look, young Master Wu San has come out. At the entrance of the restaurant, a young man wearing a snow-white robe walked out. Beside him were two beautiful maids and a few attendants who were at the King stage to the Earth Emperor stage. This young man was the son of the Wu family's patriarch. He was ranked third and was known as young Master Wu San. He was at the peak of the King stage and was a famous noble young master in the Wu family city. Young Master Wu San waved the white flower fan in his hand. He looked at the beggar who was being beaten with disdain and said, "You dare to slander this young master for stealing your Xian crystal? You're so untactful. Cripple another of his arms." Ling Xiao had no intention of meddling in this matter. Just as he was about to leave with everyone, Bai Yushi revealed a surprised expression and said to Ling Xiao, Young master, that person seems to be the old master." Chapter 845. It would have been better if Bai Yushi hadn't said this, but the moment she said it, Ling Xiao stumbled and almost fell. Who was Ling Xiao? He had the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable, and was comparable to a mystic Tharch. Even if he was attacked by a few heavenly venerables at the same time, he wouldn't be able to move at all. But when he heard Bai Yushi's words, he almost fell. This proved how important the old master that Bai Yushi spoke of was to Ling Xiao. Who was the old master? Who could be Ling Xiao's old master? Of course, it was the Ling family's grand elder, Ling He. When Ling He was in the Ling family, he took good care of Ling Xiao and even accepted Ling Xiao as his successor disciple. He imparted the Vajra 5 transformation technique to Ling Xiao, which was now the ancient emperor divine technique. It was during that period that Ling Xiao established the best relationship with Ling He. Ling Xiao respected Ling He from the bottom of his heart. When Ling Xiao went to the Purple Sky sect, Ling He had also left Meteorite City to travel elsewhere. After that, when Ling Xiao returned from the Purple Sky sect, Ling He wasn't in the Ling family, and no one knew where he went. At that time, Ling He was already at the King stage, so Ling Xiao wasn't worried that he didn't have the ability to protect himself. Now that he suddenly heard Bai Yushi say that the person who was beaten up was his old master, how could he not be shocked and lose his composure? Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the person who was beaten up just now. Just as he was about to confirm if it was his old master, Bai Yushi had already flown out and shouted at the same time, "All of you stop!" Bai Yushi was already at the half-venerable stage, and she was also rather concerned about Ling He. She used all her strength from the start. A blue light flashed, and the few spirit masters who were surrounding the beggar were sent flying far away, dead. Bai Yushi helped the dirty beggar up, and tears rolled down her beautiful eyes. Old master, it's really you." The beggar in front of him looked very messy. His clothes were torn and his hair was also very messy. He looked no different from a real beggar. If Bai Yushi had not served Ling He for some time when she was serving Ling Xiao in the Ling family, she would not have been able to tell that this person was the supreme elder of the Ling family. However, when Ling He was on the verge of death, Ling Xiao gave him the sap of the 10,000-year tree. Not only did it revive him, but it also allowed him to return to his middle-aged appearance. Fortunately, Bayushi had a good memory and was very grateful to those who took care of her. So the moment Ling He was thrown out, she felt that he looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she confirmed that it was Ling He. Young Master Wusan didn't expect that someone would dare to meddle in his business when he wanted to punish someone in Wuxia City. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, when he saw Bayushi's exquisite figure, his eyes lit up, and he murmured, "Tiheiske, what a beautiful figure. She'd definitely be a good bed warmer." The oldest follower behind young Master Wusan said softly, "Young Master, this woman is not simple. She already has the strength of a half-venerable." This old man was an outer sect elder of the Wu family. He had the strength of a low-level Empyrean, and was the person who protected young Master Wusan at all times. It was normal for him to be able to see Bayushi's strength. Half-venerable? Young Master Wusan was stunned for a moment, then he rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "That's even better. I've never had such a powerful woman before. I really want to see how it feels." Ling He, whose leg had been broken, raised his weak eyes to look at the cloaked woman who helped him up and asked, You, who are you?" "Old Master, I'm young Master Ling Zhao's maid Yushi." As Bayushi spoke, she tore off the cloak on her head. When Ling He saw Bayushi's appearance, he instantly became excited. Yushi is. It's you, child, quickly. Quickly leave, we can't afford to offend the people here." "Old Master, don't worry. With young Master here, no one can hurt us," Bayushi said as she wiped away her tears. When she was in the Ling family, this high and mighty supreme elder also treated her like a granddaughter. When he was free, he would often guide her in her cultivation. Bayushi was also very respectful to him. Now that she saw him in such a miserable state, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She thought to herself, "I must teach those who hurt old Master a lesson." Xiao also came to the central region? Ling He, who was in a weak state, said with a burst of joy and nervousness. Old Master, I'm here." Ling Xiao ran over with a look of grief and indignation. He responded and directly knelt down in front of Ling He. When Ling Xiao knelt down, the 20 people behind him also knelt down at the same time. For a moment, there were even more people watching on both sides of the official road. The manager of the DeLong Hotel glanced at young Master Wusan and whispered, "Young Master Wusan, what should we do about this?" This person was the one who had just ordered to break Ling He's legs. When he saw such a strong woman appear and save Ling He, he was a little worried that she would cause trouble for him. Young Master Wusan glared at him and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't you have me?" After saying that, he walked towards Bayushi with a few followers behind him. His eyes were filled with strong desire. "Miss, may I know your name?" "I'm Wu Shang from the Wu family. Everyone calls me young Master Wusan." Wu San revealed a smile that he thought was the most charming and asked Bayushi. Ling He looked at Wu San and revealed a look of anger. Then he said to Bayushi and Ling Xiao, "Yushi Xiao, don't worry about me. This is the base camp of the Wu family. They are too strong. I've offended them. They won't let me go." Ling He held his breath and finished his sentence. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Bayushi panicked. Without thinking, she fed a drop of the spring of life to Ling He. When the spring of life appeared, the surrounding warriors all felt a huge amount of pure energy. "Good stuff." The holy master beside young Master Wusan exclaimed. If young Master Wusan wasn't beside him, he would have immediately snatched the thing from Bayushi's hand. Young Master Wusan wasn't angry when Bayushi ignored him. However, he knew Bayushi's strength and didn't dare to get too close to her. He said to the holy master beside him, "Invite this lady over. I want to have a good talk with her." Haha. That heavenly venerable immediately grabbed at Bayushi without even thinking. His move was very fast. However, there was someone faster than him. He directly stood in front of Bayushi and grabbed his hand. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Are you tired of living?" The holy master shouted at the young man in front of him. At the same time, he wanted to pull his hand back. However, he found that the other party's strength seemed to be endless. It was extremely difficult for him to pull his hand back. He was shocked that the other party's strength was definitely above his. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the young man didn't reply. He directly used his actions to tell him that he didn't want to interfere in this matter. The young man directly pulled his hand hard and kicked the Holy Master's lower body at the same time. Poof. Ah. In an instant, the Holy Master's arm was directly torn off by the young man. A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound like a fountain. The Holy Master hugged his wound and fell to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked and all of them retreated a great distance. Who would have thought that the handsome young man in front of them would make a move just like that? Moreover, he was so ruthless. However, they were also thinking to themselves that this young man had offended the people from the Wu clan. Could it be that he really wanted to die? After all, the Wu clan was the overlord here. The strength of a 5th-grade sect was also quite strong. If an ordinary person caused trouble here, if they didn't have some skills, they would not be able to withstand the Wu clan's annihilation. Young Master Wu San was also scared out of his wits. He retreated a few steps and staggered towards the person behind him. If it wasn't for the person behind him who was quick to catch him, he would have fallen to the ground. Anyone who dares to touch my old master will die. The person who made a move was of course Ling Xiao. He was furious like never before. His own old master had actually become a beggar, and he didn't even know it. Moreover, his legs were broken by someone in front of him, and he almost lost his life. There was a ball of fire in his heart. He had to make some people pay a painful price to vent the hatred in his heart. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he strode in front of the Holy Master who had fallen to the ground. The Holy Master rolled back and said in fear, "You don't act recklessly. I am the Wu clan's elder." Before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and at the same time, his foot ruthlessly stepped on the Holy Master's neck. Crack! A clear and crisp sound rang out. It was so ear-piercing and shocking to the ears of everyone present. A dignified Holy Master was trampled to death just like that. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. What kind of strength was this? How terrifying was this? Young Master Wu San was so scared that his face turned pale. He said to the person behind him in horror, "Quick! Quick, call the law enforcers over, quick!" His strongest follower had been killed. If the other party killed him before the Wu clan's people arrived, then his death would not be worth it. Ling Xiao looked at young Master Wu San with contempt. In his eyes, this person was already a dead man. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but a holy master behind him had already made a move. Young Master Wu San's followers didn't have any ability to resist. They were all imprisoned and couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about them for the time being. He squatted down to check on Ling He's injuries. Looking at Ling He's miserable appearance, Ling Xiao felt as if his heart had been stabbed fiercely. It was so uncomfortable. "Old master has wronged you. Xiao is unfilial." Ling Xiao knelt down again and said to Ling He, with the spring of life that by Yushi fed Ling He's injuries were mostly healed. However, his broken leg still needed some elixirs to regenerate his broken bones. Therefore, Ling Xiao fed Ling He a high-level elixir. At the same time, he found out that Ling He's cultivation had been destroyed. For a moment, Ling Xiao's anger burned again. Chapter 846. Cripple their cultivation first. Ling Zhao's eyes were red with anger as he spoke faintly. His own grandfather's dantian had been crippled, and he had lost all his cultivation. No wonder he had been bullied by a group of spirit masters earlier. No matter who had crippled his grandfather, Ling Xiao would make these people pay a greater price. As Ling Zhao's voice fell, the sky sovereign of the proud smiling palace began to make his move. Bang bang. Ah. Xiao Chen sent out a few palm strikes as fast as lightning. Several figures were sent flying into the hotel, as they screamed miserably. Young Master Wu San and his entourage had their cultivation crippled at this moment. The surrounding people's expressions changed. They didn't expect this group of outsiders to be so strong. As if they didn't put the people of the Wu clan in their eyes. "Old Master, don't worry. Xiao, or will definitely make those who hurt you pay 100 times the price. Ling Xiao stepped forward and picked up Ling He. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would take them away, but who knew that Ling Xiao would turn around and walk back into the hotel? What is he trying to do? Does he think that he can start a war with the Wu clan with just these few people? He's really arrogant. Is it worth it for a beggar? Really? These people aren't dressed very well, but look at those women. All of them have extremely hot bodies. I think the other party also has a great background, otherwise they wouldn't be so bold. It seems that there will be a good show to watch. No one has dared to provoke the Wu clan in 100 years. I'm afraid these people are dead for sure. The inside of the restaurant was already completely cleared. The DeLong restaurant was one of the businesses under the Wu clan. Generally, no one dared to cause trouble here, so there weren't many guards. The people who were in the restaurant found out that the Wu clan's third young master had been crippled. How could they have the guts to stay here? They had already run away as far as they could, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao carefully placed Ling He on a chair and looked at his grandfather with a pained expression. Don't worry, grandfather. Although your cultivation has been destroyed, Xiao, will definitely help you recover and improve your strength. If it was an ordinary person, no one would be able to recultivate a person whose dantian had been destroyed. But who was Ling Xiao? He was a 7th grade alchemist, and there was a 7th grade elixir that could reshape the elixir field. Therefore, he was not just comforting Ling He. Ling He took the spring of life and a few elixirs, and his condition quickly recovered. If he hadn't lost all his cultivation, he could have jumped up immediately. Xiao, it's not worth it, it's not worth it. This is the territory of the Wu clan, a 5th grade force. Even if you've become stronger, you're still no match for them. Quick. Take your people and leave. Don't bother with me. Ling He didn't know how powerful Ling Xiao was now, so he said to Ling Xiao anxiously. Grandfather, don't worry. Young master is very powerful now. Even if the Wu clan's grand elder came here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to young master. Bayushi replied. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight against 4 people. You guys leave quickly. Ling He didn't want to implicate Ling Xiao and Bayushi, so he said decisively. Grandfather, Yushi is right. With me here, even the Heavenly King can't do anything to us. Ling Xiao said in a very domineering manner. After a pause he asked, Grandfather, tell me first, who broke your dantian? I will definitely destroy his family. A martial artist's dantian was their dantian. Breaking the dantian meant the end of a martial artist's life. This was unacceptable to anyone. Ling Xiao would catch the culprit even if he had to dig 3 inches into the ground. Ling He revealed a desolate expression and sighed. It's a long story. Just as Ling He was about to tell the reason, some voices came from outside the restaurant. Where is the culprit? Who on earth has the gall of a bear's heart and leopard's guts to actually dare to cause trouble in the city? A loud voice rang out in alarm. It was obvious that the guards of the Wu clan city had brought people to arrest the culprit. Ling Xiao quietly gave his people a look. More than a dozen celestial masters who came with Ling Xiao walked out of the restaurant one after another. A peaked celestial master from the Proud Smile Palace shouted, Whoever dares to step half a step into the restaurant will die. How dare you? It's you people. Take them all down. The guards inside the city shouted in shock. Immediately afterward, a battle broke out outside the restaurant, and a series of rumbling sounds shook the surroundings. However, the sounds of the battle didn't last for long before they disappeared. Ling Xiao completely ignored the outcome of the battle and asked Ling He, Old master, tell me. I want to know how you've been living all these years. Ling He understood that Ling Xiao was different now, and his eyes were filled with excitement and kindness as he looked at Ling Xiao. He calmed himself down and told Ling He about his experiences over the years. It turned out that after Ling He left Meteorite City, he didn't leave the Northwest region immediately. Instead, he wandered around many cities in the Northwest region for about 3 to 4 years. Later on, he got to know a few king-rank independent cultivators and headed to the Central region with them. He intended to experience the strength of the Central region and broaden his horizons. He hoped that he would have a chance to improve himself. They were lucky enough to pass through the Blood Demon territory and arrive at the central region. However, when they arrived at the central region, they realized that their strength was still at the lowest level. They didn't have much Xian crystals, so it was difficult for them to move about freely in the central region. Therefore, they joined a mercenary group and began to hunt spirit beasts to earn Xian crystals. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The mercenary group they joined was not strong, and they were attacked by a powerful spirit beast. Most of them died, and only Ling He and his other friend were lucky enough to escape. After that friend of his became a guard for a clan in a city. Ling He was used to being superior in Meteorite City, so he was not willing to be a guard. Therefore, he chose to cultivate alone in a barren mountain. At the same time, he found some spirit herbs to trade. He planned to earn enough Xian crystals before returning to the northwest region. He became a rogue cultivator for several years. During these years, he occasionally obtained spirit herbs of the high level of the metal attribute, which helped his cultivation improve. He felt that it was good to cultivate like this, so he was not in a hurry to return to Meteorite City. Later, he was almost bitten to death by a spirit beast while searching for spirit herbs. He managed to escape by putting his life on the line. After his escape, he had the healing effect of the ancient emperor's divine skill, which quickly healed some of his flesh wounds. The scene of him healing was coincidentally discovered by the people of the Wu family. The people of the Wu family were also knowledgeable. They recognized the extraordinariness of this cultivation method at a glance, so they were tempted. The people of the Wu family directly used force to coerce Ling He to hand over the incantation of this cultivation method. Ling He knew that he was no match for them, so he recited the incantation to the people of the Wu family. Ling He was also clever. He only recited the first 3 transformations, saying that he had only obtained half of the incantation. The people of the Wu family naturally did not believe him, so they tortured Ling He. They even robbed and shattered Ling He's space ring. It was also during this process that Ling He's cultivation was destroyed. His space ring was also destroyed, and he completely became a useless person. The people of the Wu family were also particularly vicious. They did not kill Ling He, but just threw him to the Wu family city and made him a beggar to suffer all kinds of torture. Their purpose was to hope that Ling He would hand over the complete ancient emperor's divine skill. Ling He suffered such a blow, and all his hopes turned to dust. He almost wanted to commit suicide. However, he still hoped that he would have a chance to return to Meteorite City. Even if he died, he wanted to return to his roots. He struggled to live a beggar's life for a period of time. The hardships he experienced were not worth mentioning to outsiders. Today, Ling He was lucky enough to get a kind warrior to give him some mysterious crystals. He planned to sell a pot of wine and eat a good meal in a restaurant before leaving this sad place. Unexpectedly, the people of the Wu family teased him again and broke his legs. Ling Xiao and the others were also clear about what happened next. After listening to Ling He's story, Bai Yushi and the other women could not help but cry. Ling Xiao's eyes also became red, but he held back his tears. God damn the Wu family, young master. We must not let them go. Bai Yushi had always been a gentle and kind woman. She rarely got angry. Now that she heard Ling He's words, she was extremely angry in her heart. That's right. We must make them give us an explanation. Feng Xianyun's beautiful eyes flashed with thick killing intent. Husband, let's just directly kill the Wu family. Let's see what they can do to us. Kai Shiyue echoed. The other women also expressed that they must teach the Wu family a lesson. Ling Xiao walked away. He took a deep breath and said faintly, "If I don't wash the Wu family with blood today, my surname will not be Ling." After saying that, his whole body's killing intent burst out in an instant. The women around him were all shocked. They all knew that Ling Xiao was completely angry. When something big happened in the restaurant, the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Wuchang, and a group of family elders met with the proud Smiling Palace's elder, Li Mu. Patriarch Wu, what do you think? We, the proud Smiling Palace, now need 30,000 indigo firestones. We will pay you according to the price. I hope you can sell it to us, Li Mu said indifferently. Wu Wuchang, who was sitting at the head of the table, showed a flattering smile and said, "Elderly, we discussed just now. The number of indigo firestones that the proud smiling palace needs is really too large. We, the Wu family, cannot take out so many in a short time. However, we will not let elderly return empty-handed. We can give you at most 5,000 indigo firestones. The price will definitely be much more favorable. What do you think, elderly?" Nowadays, the proud smiling palace's prestige had spread throughout the central region. Everyone knew the power of the proud smiling palace. However, this was the Wu family's territory, and the Wu family had always put the indigo firestones in the auction. The proud smiling palace did not follow the rules and asked for 30,000. The Wu family naturally found it difficult to accept, but they did not want to offend the proud smiling palace too much. Therefore, they planned to sell it to Li Mu for 5,000, which could be considered as giving face to the proud smiling palace. It seems that the Wu family's patriarch is not sincere. Li Mu's expression instantly turned ugly. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.